Okay, can we start?
Yes.
Yes, Carlo?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for March 27th, 2023. We'll begin with the adjournments. Item number 1, 2021-14 BZ, 2010 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Next is a postponement, 63670 BZ, 10445 Horace Harding Expressway. I'm sorry, my camera is off. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Item number 2, postponement, 63670 BZ, 10545 10555 Horace Harding Expressway. This is postponed. Withdrawals. Item number 3, 2024A 56-page Avenue, Staten Island.
Motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta. I can't hear you, Vice Chair.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta, Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Application has been withdrawn. Decision items. Item number 4, 2022-47 BZ, 2052 63rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. The applicant needed to revise the plan, clarifying some of the inconsistencies in the measurements and planting dimensions. Those have been provided, and also a note has been added that BSA is not waiving any planting requirements pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-451. So I make a motion to approve with the following condition: that the removal of exterior wall and or joist in excess of those indicated on the BSA approved plan shall void the special permit. With that, motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 5, 18285 BZ, 209 11 20th Street, Brooklyn.
The application was last heard on April 11th, 2022. The applicant has submitted a revised set of documents for an extension of time, extension of term for 4 years to obtain, extension of time for 4 years to obtain a certificate of occupancy, and an amendment to the variance to change the hours of operation and the operator. The initial grant of the board was a use variance to permit use group 16 for contractor's yard. The site is operating the site is currently operating as a distribution facility that inserts circulars for advertising. The proposed use qualifies as use group 16 as previously approved. The nature of the operation is different, and therefore it requires an amendment to the hours of operation. The hours of operations are for the current use is Mondays 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. and Tuesdays, Thursdays, it would be a 24/7 operation, and Fridays 12 a.m. to 4 p.m. It will be closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Please note that the prior condition of the grant was an hours of operation, with regards to hours of operation, was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday. There are 2 employees, and pickup vans come during Tuesdays through Fridays between 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. And no vehicles are stored on the site. As you know, this is a full lot coverage, 1-story masonry building. Community board has waived its review. The amendment to the hours of operation would allow for a 24/7 operation for 3 days of the weeks. Need a more clarification on the business operation. Specifically, the application states that there will be at most two employees. I'm assuming it's 2 employees per shift. How many shifts are there? Need also more clarity on the operation. That is, since the operation will be taking place in fully enclosed building, while I'm less concerned about the noise or disturbance from the activities within the building, I do want clarification regarding the traffic flow. The pickup hour seems to be from Tuesdays to Fridays, 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. And if there will, what I would like to know, what are the additional pickups? How many pickups would be done? Additional trips from the use? How many vans are estimated to come for the pickup during a day? And where would they park? Would they continue to park within the building? And, the prior conditions of no parking of vehicles on the sidewalk, all trucks to be parked within the building, and that the trash bins shall be stored inside the building at all times except for pickup, I'm assuming is still is being applied and will continue to be complied with. So my questions are, how many vans are estimated to come for pickup in a day? Where do they park? And if more clarification can be provided. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. There's nothing further from me on this.
Okay. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I would like a little additional information, like whether or not the operation is machine driven or is this all by hand? And if it's machine driven, is there any noise from the machines? Other than that, I think that it's probably going to be a use that is benign and won't in any way harm the community negatively.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you and Commissioner Brown that unless heavy machinery are used during the pickup operation, I don't think noise would be an issue here. The parking on the sidewalk, or the conflict between the sidewalk pedestrian and the pickup operation, pickup trucks or vans, is the only concerning issue here. So clarification from the applicant would be very helpful. So I'm willing to wait until they let us know about that nature of the operation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Next case,
Okay,
please.
I'm sorry. Item number 6, 18385 BZ 20608, 20th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. This application was last heard on April 11th, 2022. The applicant has submitted a revised set of documents for an extension of time for 4 years to obtain a certificate of occupancy and an amendment to the variance to change the hours of operation and operator. As you recall, the initial grant of the board was a use variance to permit a use group 16 for an open storage yard for building material and accessory parking for 4 cars with an office and showroom. The site is operating as a maker space for embroidery and screen printing of apparel. The proposed use qualifies as use group 16 as previously approved. The nature of operation, though, is different and requires an amendment to the hours of operation. The existing hours of operation of the current makerspace use is from Mondays to Fridays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and it's closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Please note that the prior condition had hours of operation, which was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday. There are currently 2 employees, and open space is used as open storage with accessory parking for 4 cars. Delivery is done by box trucks. and one vehicle is stored overnight 2 times a week at most, and trash is removed daily. Community board has waived its review. I have a couple of questions related to the operation, and that is, will the operation result in use of chemicals and exhaust fumes? And clarify what will be stored in open space. The application document states open space will be used for open storage. So I would like to know what qualifies as open storage. And the proposed change in hours is more in keeping with the character. So I really don't have the change, but I just want to know in terms of the kind of, if any machines are used, will there be noise, will there be any chemicals? And those are things that I just have some clarification on. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I also had the same concerns or similar concerns with regard to the environmental impact of this type of use. I just want to get more insight as to that as well. Nothing further after that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want a clarification from them whether there's going to be any lighting in the back installed adjacent to the residential, and if any, we would need to like add a note to the plans that it's not going to be like shining light to the residential neighbors in the back. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I actually realized that I have a note, and this is also the same applicant team as the previous case, but the timeline for C of O listed that the C of O would be obtained by March of 23. So if they could update us on the timeline during the public hearing session, that would be helpful.
Good catch. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next case.
Item number 7, 324-14BZ, 19830 Jamaica Avenue, Queens.
Okay. The initial hearing on this application was held on February 6th. The applicant had agreed to stripe the parking space, provide a trash enclosure, provide a metal bumper along Jamaica Avenue, and also had agreed to revise the landscape. To that end, the applicant has submitted a revised plan indicating the proposed location of the trash enclosure, planting along the rear lot line and along the street frontage of 199 Street. I want the applicant to follow up with a couple of clarification. One is in the plan, indicate the dimensions of the trash enclosure, and since the location of the enclosure is away from residents and is less visible from any of the frontages and rear lot line because of the solid masonry wall, I'm okay with a chain link fence with opaque slat at this location. Indicate on the plan the width of the planting bed. In the previously approved plan, the dimension was 4 feet, and that is the minimum that should be approved. So the applicant needs to indicate that and provide a detail of the depth of the planting bed. If you do not have a sample, if you have not worked on a similar project like this, we can provide a sample. Our project manager can provide a sample of the dimensions and information that we are seeking. The applicant is proposing to provide bollards instead of metal bumper to prevent the vehicles from damaging the fence along Jamaica Avenue. I'm not quite sure if a 4-inch diameter bumper bollard will be a sufficient bumper, and will it be adequate for vehicles from extending into and impacting the bollard in this case, and also the fence. It's a metal bollard, I'm being told. So, if the applicant can, or if any of the commissioners have insight on it, can let me know. That I'm open to it. Also, in this revised plan, there is a fence that is being proposed between the lots, separating 6 parking spaces along 199th Street and a remaining 6, remaining 6 on the west side of the lot. I would like the applicant to clarify how will the portion of the lot that is along 199th Street will be accessed, and what will it be used for? Will it be used for storage of vehicles awaiting service, or it is the area where used car sales vehicles will be located? And the reason I asked for this is that the prior grant had put a limit on how many vehicles can be, how many parking spaces would be used for used car sales. And the note that is indicated, it says 7 parking spaces for vehicles awaiting services and 5 for used automobile sales, used car. So I think if you're breaking it up into 2, it's 6 for 6. It requires an amendment to the prior grant, and I'm not sure that's what the applicant is requesting. So I need a little bit more clarification on that. Vice Chair Shibata.
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
They clarified that the lot square footage is 8,909 square feet, actually, and they said that the higher 10,719 square feet dates back to when lot 55 was part of the site. So I started looking at the resolutions and they all reference lot 56. So my question is, at what point was lot 55 taken out of the site, and was this formalized? That's my only question.
Okay. So it was lot 55 that was part of the site, and it was removed at some point. It was there was an apportionment.
Right, and I just wanted to know when.
Okay.
And Commissioner Ali Brown, there's the resolutions don't reference an amendment to the site plan.
I'm looking right now, and so far I haven't seen it. So, but I haven't finished looking. So if they could just direct me to that point at which it was actually formalized in the resolution, I would appreciate it.
Okay, if not, this may require the amendment.
I mean,
Correct, yes.
sorry, the applicant is not asking for an increase in the building footprint. Is that the question, Mr. Costanza?
No, Madam Chair, I think what Commissioner Ali Brown is referencing to is that if lot 55 was removed, right, which is permissible under 11.411, there's no prohibition. It's just that then the site plan would have to be amended to reflect the new meets and bounds of the zoning lot.
Got
Done
it.
it before, you know, it's not often, but we've in the past, sometimes there were larger lots that were part of a gas station, subsequently became maybe just automotive repair. Perhaps the whole lot wasn't needed, and so maybe a portion was sold off or used for something else, but it needs to be removed from the variance.
So this would be an amendment then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Possibly, unless it was done previously and they just forgot to correct the zoning lot area.
Yeah, my suggestion to the applicant would be to, again, just go over all the resolutions, make sure that all the resolutions are there. And it is possible that this was done at some point. I do recall in the past it being done. Just I don't recall if it was this site.
Thank you both. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the bollard, I would say, considering that this is a bollards these bollards are for parking spaces, the car mostly is going to be parked, and then probably the concern is if it moves further, it's going to hit the fence. So I would say 4-inch diameter bollard steel one is okay. The only disclaimer I would add to that is it need to be 1/4 inch thick minimum steel pipe, and the embedment is minimum of 18 inches. So when the car, presumably when the car runs like into it, it's the pipe is not gonna break and it's not gonna be like pulled out from the ground. So if they add a little detail for the bollard showing it's embedded 18 inches in concrete, or even 12 inches would be fine in concrete, and they showed just the thickness and the diameter, that would be acceptable to me.
Okay, okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Sheta that they need to provide a detail for the bollard, or are we okay with concrete wheel stops in lieu of bollards, or is that an option?
Whichever one, generally concrete wheel stop work, but the wheels come to it and the back backs into, goes over the wheel stop. And I don't know how much space there is between the wheel stop and the fence that would prevent a vehicle from hitting the fence. Whereas if the bollard is there, it would hit the fender first. And so that would keep any vehicle overhanging into it and prevent it from even touching the fence. So I do think bollard would be a better option. It's just that I wasn't sure the proposed type of bollard would be sufficient to withstand it, because I've seen some ones that are very weak. They kind of fall if you touch it. And I don't know if this is one of them. I'm assuming it cannot be because it's a metal bollard, but it has to be something that has to kind of be totally grounded so that there's no room for it to get moved around. And once it gets moved around and it does not get placed back, and it kind of defeats the purpose that we're all trying to achieve here.
Okay, then, yeah, I would just ask the applicant clarify the type of metal and the detail for installation, because if it's a floating aluminum bollard versus a steel embedded bollard, or a concrete filled steel bollard, those all make a big difference in the durability. So the applicant can clarify.
Okay, so concrete filled steel bollard. Okay.
Not as a mandate, but as they just need to clarify what they are planning to use, because the durability of metal, it can be quite broad. And Commissioner Sheta made some specific requests for how much, if it's steel and the thickness and the embedment. I'm not asking for a specific, I'm just asking for some clarification on what the proposal is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That is helpful. The applicant should be prepared to have the response. And just so you know, I mean, the whole purpose of this drawing was for the applicant to kind of carry out what we had discussed and have it run it by us before they start implementing it. So it would be very helpful. The applicant can provide clarification at today's hearing so that we can proceed to the next step, which is, fixing, of course, all of this information, even the question that Commissioner Otley Brown has stated, if the applicant can have the response today, that would actually speed up our review process, and maybe we can even close and then have the applicant implement some of these improvements, and then we can vote on it. Otherwise, we may have to go on to another hearing if the applicant does not have those responses. So I will strongly suggest the applicant use this time to get these responses before at the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Next, move on.
Yeah.
New cases, item number 8, 86755 BZ 6615 Borden Avenue, Queens.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm just opening the drawings. Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this application. This is an application to amend a previously approved plan for the enlargement of an existing gasoline service station with an accessory convenience store at the subject site. As you know, this is a corner lot, and it has a, I think it was before us last in 2019. And the term expires in November of 2029. So the applicant is requesting an amendment to the plan. The amendments proposed are to install a new gasoline dispenser. So there'll be a total of 4 gasoline dispensers, and enlarge the existing canopy. So the canopy will extend more towards the eastern portion of the lot. Replace the underground storage tank, add more curb cuts on Borden Avenue. Currently, there are 4 curb cuts, each 30 foot wide. Actually, 3 of them are 30 foot wide and 1 is 22 foot wide. And retain the self-service car wash box that is located at the corner of Clinton Avenue and Borden Avenue. Please note that the prior board condition was to remove the car wash from this location. So I would like the applicant to provide first a maneuverability plan for a tanker, because I'm not sure if 5 curb cuts are needed, and that to each 30 foot wide. Specifically, the easternmost curb cut, which is 30 foot wide, can be reduced to, if it is needed for the tanker, maybe, I think that it can be reduced to 22 feet, and the middle ones maybe can be 30 foot wide. That is to access the gasoline pumps. The applicant needs to clarify the material that is proposed for the trash enclosure. It's not indicated in the drawings. As part of the phased improvement plan that the prior board had approved for this subject site, a landscaping plan was a very robust landscaping plan was proposed, and the applicant had stated that that would be implemented after the underground storage tank was installed. And the new asphalt will be installed, and after that, all of the others uses will be put in place. So looking at the photos, it seems some new planting has already been provided along Clinton Avenue, and the landscaping area has been enlarged to the previously approved plan along the eastern portion of the lot. So if the applicant can clarify as to what additional landscaping work that remains to be done. I do want the applicant to clarify in the drawings the height of the proposed fence on the plan and the proposed material. Specifically, the fence treatment along the car wash, that needs to improve. Currently, it is 2 sets of mesh fence that's located one on top of the other. I don't know how structurally sound that is. I understand the reason for placing it there, which is to obstruct and provide a buffer from the car machine to the adjoining sidewalk. But my first question is, even if we were to consider a car washing machine box, why is this specific car machine boxes being proposed? I've seen car machine box that are lower and that do not have such a height with these arms sticking out with, isn't there an alternative that can be used and that can minimize the need even for such a high fence? And I don't even think such a high fence is permitted. It is over 8 foot high, which I don't think is permitted. So this would be contradictory to the underlying regulations. So the height has to be reduced, and that would mean you need to look at an alternate car wash. I do not have per se an issue with retaining the car wash at this location because it is furthest away from the residential use, provided there are drains. The drains near the car washing that can catch the runoff, and also probably a line drain along the lot line to prevent any runoff onto the sidewalk, because the site slopes down towards Borden Avenue, and this is a very busy vehicular and a pedestrian sidewalk. So not so much pedestrians, but definitely very busy vehicular. And given that this is in a residential district, there will be pedestrian movement. So for the safety of the pedestrians and vehicles, there cannot be any runoff onto the sidewalk and onto the street. So there has to be two sets of drains to prevent any possible runoff, one within very close to the car wash machine, and one line drain along the side lot line, along the property line. With regards to the lighting, the proposed canopy will be located closer to the residential building and windows. So my question is, will the exterior facing of the canopy be lit on all four sides? And since it is going to be built, I will strongly, I would basically put a condition that there shall be no illumination on the exterior face of the canopy adjacent to the residential lot lines along east and north facing buildings. With regards to the signage, a note should be added to the signage plan that signage shall comply with C1 regulation. However, no relocation of sign, especially illuminated sign, shall be permitted without a Board of Standards and Appeals consent, as this may alter the lumen analysis. Per Google Street View, there are excess banners on the fence that needs to be removed. Specifically with regards to the car wash, since the community board did not have an issue keeping the car wash, I'm okay with keeping it, as I said earlier, provided drainage is provided and the fencing is improved. An alternate kind of a car wash box is considered, which will not require this much of buffering. And also, per Google Street View, it seems there's an hours of operation that is currently in use, which is 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the car wash. Is that applicable for the proposal, for the proposed car wash? If so, if not, even I would put a condition that the car wash and the vacuum machine shall be in operation only from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. I would like to hear from commissioners on that matter. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to know what the purpose of the requested new small canopy is, because they did request that they enlarge a canopy, but they also requested for a second small canopy. I'd like to know what the purpose of that small canopy is. The statement of facts needs to be cleaned up because there's a lot of confusion as to the car wash. They don't request it in the beginning of the statement of facts. They state that they are in compliance with our prior condition that there be no car wash, yet there is a car wash on the site, and that needs to be addressed. And you can also see the car wash in the photos. There's no question there is a car wash there. I do agree with you and the community board with regard to the drainage of the car wash, and also with the hours. I think that'd be appropriate considering where this site is located. Other than that, I have no other additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I don't really have any other comments. other than what you stated. You brought up good points about the car wash and its possible negative effects. And other than that, I don't have any questions or comments.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments regarding drainage. I believe a line drain, like parallel to the sidewalk to intercept any storm water or water that's coming from the car wash would be a good idea. But I'm open to like other ideas, like a circular drain, if they're gonna play with the grades to make the runoff and the car wash water pitch towards that point drain. So it's up to them. I don't want to dictate a solution to them, but water coming from drainage and from storm water need to be handled before it gets to the sidewalk. Thank you.
So I have a question. So right now it's pitched towards Borden Avenue. I don't know if it's easy to change the pitch in terms of how it'll affect the curb cuts and the access. If the pitch remains as is, then at a minimum they need a line drain.
As is a minimum a line drain, not just for the car wash, but for the runoff as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. Just for point of clarity, DEP usually mandates that you have to collect all stormwater on the full extent of your site and slope to those drains. So it should be that, I think when I look at the street view, it's hard to tell because the curb cuts are of course sloping towards Borden Avenue, but the site should be sloping inwards away from the property line. But I think in any case, the applicant should clarify the drainage proposal for the site, including the car wash location. Also in street view, you can see that there are cars parked in front of there are two curb cuts that are blocked. So if you're looking from left to right, it's curb cuts 3 and 4. And there are 3 cars parked there. There are barricades there that indicate that perhaps this is intentional. And there's a car parked on the sidewalk. So I need the applicant to clarify the parking situation along the sidewalk and on Borden Avenue in front of those curb cuts. And that should tie into some of the car flow diagrams and the semi diagram that you were requesting, Chair. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Next case.
Item number 9, 23902BZ, 110 Waverly Place, Manhattan.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to approve with conditions that stipulations from Community Board's earlier grant remains, including noise and vibration from HVAC units and other rooftop machines be kept to a minimum, and use of the front portion of the second floor and the entire third and fourth floor be restricted to residential occupancy. Scheduling of deliveries and trash pickup shall be between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And in addition to that, the applicant, the Community Board also asked that the applicant remove any remaining electrical wiring and receptacles on the front side of the building. I guess what they mean by is the shed that may have been put during the pandemic. There are some electrical wirings that are hanging from it. So Community Board is asking for the restaurateur to address those. This is an application for an extension of term which expired in December of 2022 for a continued use of an eating and drinking establishment on a portion of a 4-story building located on the subject site. The last extension was granted in 2014, and the applicant has provided a compliance chart. Everything seems to be complying according to the chart, and no changes proposed to the operation. I just want the applicant to respond to the community board's additional comments and what the applicant is proposing to do. Otherwise, I have no other concerns. I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
This site actually underwent extensive review the last time around because a neighbor had raised a lot of concerns about noise and noise from the rooftop, the air conditioning, and I believe possibly also the exhaust from the kitchen. And the absence of that opposition by the neighbor indicates to me that the applicant has been complying in terms of the redesign of the air conditioning system and the buffers around it. And I'm hopeful that this ushers in compliance now and future compliance with the grant. So at this point, I have no additional comments.
Thank you. That's very helpful historic information. I think most of the board members were not here, so that clarifies. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The only comment I had was actually regarding noise. I had a question whether they play music during serving food, and the other thing, whether any noise complaints from neighbors. So hopefully nothing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments to add.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next case.
Item number 10, 245-03BZ, 16011-11 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, a proof of filing, a proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing is not required. This is an extension of time. The applicant is requesting an extension of time to complete construction for a drive-through facility to an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment that is located on the subject site. That was granted pursuant to special permit zoning resolution section 73-243. The term extension was granted back in 2021, and it is set to expire in April of 2026. The applicant, as I stated, is requesting an extension of time. And the stated reason for the delay is that there's been some technical issues related to the site plan that needed to be addressed in implementing the proposed changes. I would like the applicant during the public hearing provide an update on the timeline to complete this, and those are my question. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I just need a confirmation from them that they have an AVC, the automatic volume control on the menu board, because the noise analysis they submitted was like one with and one without. So I just want to make sure that the AVC is there and it's all the time on. The other thing is I wanted them to add a sign for turning the radio off to the customers. I'm not sure if this is already there. I'm not sure if we put a condition with that back when we granted this last time. But other than that, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I don't have any comments on this one.
Okay. Thank you. Next case, please.
New case is item number 11, 34403BZ, 2777 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for an extension of term and waiver of board's rule and a modification of prior board condition for a continued operation of an eating and drinking establishment, also known as Nick's Lobster, at the subject site. This is a waterfront site, and as it has been in the city BSA jurisdiction since 2005 for requesting a GCL waiver and then a special permit pursuant to 73-242. The application is proposing an extension and a removal of a condition, and the condition is regarding obtaining a CO by a specified period, I'm sorry. The applicant states that per city charter 13012C, small business services has jurisdiction on the jurisdiction of the waterfront site and any structure on the waterfront site, and also rules and regulations that govern such site is under SBS jurisdiction. So in such instance, SBS reviews and permits the development on city-owned sites. The applicant is not proposing any change to any of the operation. I really do not have any issue with this application. I'm very satisfied with this application for extension and also to amend the prior condition regarding obtaining the CO. I do have to say there is an alternate on this, and since this is a city-owned site, I don't know why the applicant is not considering a mayoral override since it can be done, and that way all the application would need is a GCL 35, which has been granted, and the rest can be through a mayoral override.
I don't think, the May,
I think the
Chair,
executive director
Carla
has
Costanza's hand is up.
hand up.
The executive
Okay.
director's hand is up.
Okay, yes.
Yes,
Executive
Madam
Director.
Chair, I can't speak, with certainty, but I don't know if the private leasing of city-owned property rises to that level.
Yeah. I was just gonna say.
It's a very complicated process for a mayoral override, and it's not something that's done
Lightly.
lightly.
Okay. So, private leasing of city-owned property. Okay.
Yeah, right. I think if it was a development for like a capital project, then I think it's different. It rises to a different level of consideration because it's more of a public good, but this I think is kind of fall
Okay.
short of that.
Okay, yeah, that's a possibility. But if the applicant could clarify, that would be helpful. Yeah, I think that may be a reason. Okay, thank you. Commissioner, Vice Chair Shibat, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application. I have no further comments.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I just have one question. Could they just clarify the building size? Because the statement says 6,770 square feet and the zoning analysis says 8,948 square feet.
Okay, there is a discrepancy. Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further comments to add, but I want to say that I'm okay with the amendment requested if what's mentioned in the statement of facts regarding the not possibility of obtaining a CO because of the jurisdiction of this site. I'm okay with the amendment if what is indicated is correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The only comment I had was on photos 29 and 30 in the supplemental photographs. There's some trash bins kind of, there's trash piled up in the storage area. And based on the look of it, it looks like it's indicated just to the left of the restaurant. And trying to understand if this is fully enclosed on all sides and how the trash is maintained, because you can see there's a lot of overflow in these photos. I'd like the applicant to clarify the trash operations.
Can you repeat the photo number?
In supplemental photographs, Exhibit
Yeah.
G, that is dated 2023,
Right.
March 3, photos 29 and 30. There are some trash bins that are loose, but in a larger enclosed area. But there is also trash, it's overflowing within this area. It doesn't appear to go above the fence line, but it's not so clearly indicated on the architectural plan. So on the photo key plan, you can see it located to the left of the building. But I just had some confusion about how you access this site, who's accessing it, or this portion of the site, and if it's visible to anybody else. Because anyway, if the applicant could clarify, that would be helpful. Otherwise, I have no comments on this application.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, very helpful. All good comments. Thank you. Next case, please.
Item number 12, 33904BZ, 15730 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens.
I'm just looking at the photo. Sorry, at the plan. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to disapprove this application. And the reason the community board cites is that there has been existence of illegal use operating on the site for a long period of time, including legalization of, including the U-Haul van rental, self-service car wash, convenience store, relocation of air pump, and the hours of operation to 24 hours, and legalization of illuminated sign. The community board's letter also refers to a November 2022 follow-up hearing. I would like the applicant to clarify if any follow-up hearing was held, and if the community board, I don't know if anybody from the community board would be at the hearing, but at least I want to hear from the applicant if they can shed more light on the procedure that and the concerns that were raised at the public community board hearing. This is an application for an extension of term and waiver of board's rule and a modification of prior board condition for a continued operation of a gasoline service station with accessory use at the subject site. The site is zone R31. This is a very solidly residential neighborhood with no non-residential use other than this use, and then across the street, catty corner from this location, another gasoline service station, which is actually before the board right now. I think we closed on it at the last hearing. The applicant has submitted the term of the prior grant expired on June 4th, 2022. The applicant has provided a proof of continuous use, providing Google Street views from 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. A compliance chart has been provided, clearly indicating where it is not in compliance with the prior grant. So therefore, the applicant is proposing an extension of term and amendment to the plan to legalize the operation of U-Haul facility, a self-service car wash box on the site, legalization of the signage, and providing an ADA ramp to access the convenience store, and change the parking layout and increase the number of parking spaces to 9 from 7, and install new landscaping along the rear and side lot line, and changing the hours of operation. The application—
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I interrupt you 1 second?
Sure.
It's been brought to my attention. So someone from the community, Mr. Pelian, this is not the time to provide any testimony. Once we do the public hearing, you will be permitted in. I know you're from the community board, but now is not the time.
Yes,
Yes.
if I may, Ms. Matias, just to clarify, this is currently a review session.
Review session, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
thank you.
and upon completion of the review session, the public hearing will commence and these items will be called, and then that'll be the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption, Madam Chair.
No, thank you for that clarification. The applicant has not verified if the existing lot area dimension has increased or not, or has changed since the law pre-61. As I stated, the applicant is proposing to legalize a U-Haul operation on this site. Basically, it would be like a drop-off and a pickup location of only 3 vehicles. So only those vehicles that are located here will be allowed to drop off. And the proposal is to locate these in the rear lot, and it would be driven by the station manager from the rear of the lot to the front for the customer to pick up, and vice versa. And the hours of operation for the U-Haul would be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Introducing, and this is where I'm going to state my opinion on what I think of the U-Haul operation at this site. Introducing a new use on this site, the applicant, since the applicant is introducing a new use on the site, the applicant needs to demonstrate that such use would not change the findings of the variance. So the applicant needs to go through all the variance findings. More importantly, I have strong reservation about permitting such a use in its on the subject lot, which is predominantly a residentially developed neighborhood with, and it only has a residential district. There is no commercial overlay. There is only one non-commercial use, as I mentioned, a gasoline service station that is located across from the site, which is also under BSA jurisdiction, and that is under currently review. That is currently under BSA review for an extension of term. So I am absolutely not convinced that this is the right location for, just give me a second.
Mr. Costanza's hand is up when you have a moment, Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to clarify that, again, this is a pre-1961 variance.
Mm-hmm.
So the 7221 findings don't apply. But again, you know, the use of that's being proposed is not necessarily an accessory to an automotive service station. So the board does have to consider introducing a secondary primary use non-accessory
Right.
to the automotive service station in this case.
Right. Yeah. So I am not convinced that this is the right location for the U-Haul operation, as I mentioned, because of the predominant use in this area being residential, and there isn't any commercial use or commercial overlay in this area. So the next one the applicant is requesting is legalization of the self-car wash operation. There are currently 2 self-car wash machines, and the applicant is proposing to retain those. My concern is about drainage and pooling of water. The site slopes towards the sidewalk. So if this car wash is to be located at this location, it has to have proper drainage, not only just on the site, so that it catches almost all of the runoff from the car wash, and also another drain along the lot line before it extends into the sidewalk, because this is a solidly residential neighborhood with a lot of residential foot properly pedestrian movement, and there cannot be any runoff into the sidewalk. I have a question with regards to the proposed height of the fence. I do have to commend the applicant for changing the fence type. It is now a PVC fence that is located along the most of the lot line, except where the car wash is. So I would like the applicant to clarify what is the proposed height of the fence, because the drawing says I think 6 foot high fence, which I think is incorrect, because the height of the fence, including the masonry and the PVC fence on top of it, is much more than that. And that needs to be at least 8 foot high, and that 8 foot high needs to be retained all the way to the end of the lot line, abutting the street frontage. With regards to the hours of operation, the applicant is proposing a 24/7 gasoline service station and a convenience store. And I would like the applicant to clarify is that the 24-hour operation on this site would not affect the surrounding neighborhood. And are there hours of operation proposed for the vacuum and the car wash? Because it cannot be a 24/7 operation. It has to be limited from, let's say, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or something like that. So the applicant needs to provide that clarification. With regards to the trash enclosure, the applicant needs to provide a trash enclosure. It is being proposed at the corner rear lot. The applicant needs to clarify kind of material, dimension of this enclosure. With regards to the landscaping that is being proposed, in-ground landscaping, I don't have any issues with that. It should be at least 4 foot deep and need to provide details of the in-ground planting, including the depth, width, planting, and the schedule and curb along the planting. With regards to the lighting, add the standard lighting note that all lighting sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and pointed down and away from residences to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding residences. Signage, approved signage was for 70 square foot of all non-illuminated sign. The applicant is proposing to increase the signage to both street frontage, along both street frontages. But it would be complying with the C1 regulation. I would like the applicant to clarify the history of the signage restriction. I did notice there are excess banners along the fence. Those need to be removed. So those are my initial comments. I would like to hear from the other commissioners. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. So the changes here, they are both use and bulk. They want to have 2 car washes, a U-Haul rental, and legalize and move vacuums and pumps and air pumps. So I'll start off with what I like, and that's limited to the fence. Right now, they're putting so much use right on the residence lot line, and I believe it'd be beneficial if the applicant would go back to the drawing board and provide us a substantial submission proving that the site would not be overused, as this is a very residential neighborhood. And this submission certainly does not, it doesn't detail in any measurable sense that the uses and how overused the site's going to be, how that's not going to affect the residents. My gut instinct is that the U-Haul certainly would have a adverse effect to the residents. So they really need to address that. I agree that they also need to address the hours of operation for the car wash and the air pumps and vacuums. And while, as our executive director did detail that this is a pre-61 variance, I still believe that they have to make, they must show a substantial showing that this type of expansion of this use is something that is in line with the community. And I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. You mean with the neighborhood context?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I think the applicant needs to be cognizant of the fact that they are operating within a low-density residential zone that does not have a commercial overlay. And so they should be very aware of the intensity of uses that they're proposing at this site. And I think that, you know, they have everything here, or they want to put everything here, and it's not necessary to have all these different uses on this site in this area. And I particularly object to the U-Haul at this site, because I object to the U-Haul in general on these gas station sites, because it's an intensity of use that isn't easily controlled. And the reason why it's not easily controlled is that, you know, operators say we're going to limit it to this amount of trucks, but in my field visits that go on long after sites have been granted variances, I noticed that they never are successful in limiting the amount of trucks on the site. And so there's always more intensive use for U-Haul than they're suggesting, and that's problematic. So in order for us to approve all of these different uses, they really need to do an analysis on what all of these uses would do to the character of the neighborhood, which is completely residential with the exception of one other use. And so, and I would also say that the board is not very sympathetic at the outset to all of their arguments. And in that case, I think we're in sync with the community board, which also is not very sympathetic to the proposals that are here.
Yep. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna address three points. Number one, I saw some drums in the pictures submitted, and I also saw them in Google Images. I need clarifications about the use of these drums and the necessity actually of these drums existing on site. The other point is the car wash. Number one, I need clarification whether they are modifying the location of the car wash boxes, or they gonna remain as they usually existed. The reason I'm talking about that is when I looked at the Google image, the street view, and I looked at the site plan submitted, I can see that there is some discrepancy location-wise. So I need a confirmation that they're gonna be moved into the side. They're gonna be moved further into the side, not towards the street, or at least they are not gonna stay at the same location as they used to be before. And associated with that car wash issue is actually the drainage. I saw in one of the pictures that they submitted close to the car wash that there is a drain, and I can see that the drain is in good condition actually, but I'm not sure if this drain by itself is sufficient to drain storm water and as well as the car wash. Of course, I understand that if there is a rain, most likely it's not going to be a car wash going on, but I'm not sure about the adequacy of that point drain to collect runoff from the side and prevent that runoff from going to the sidewalk. The big concern here for me is the U-Haul operation, the proposed U-Haul operation. And actually, let me go back to the car wash. Even the car wash, actually, I believe it's very close to a residential lot line. So the applicant, I would urge the applicant to address how he's gonna avoid the impact of that car wash on the adjacent residential. Now, with respect to the U-Haul operation, I believe that the proposal for the U-Haul being located at the very rear, the parking for the vans or for what trucks being located at the rear of the property, I don't think this is going to resolve the issue. Even with the manager as described in the operation, even with the manager taking the trucks or the vans from customers and driving them inside if this is my backyard, I wouldn't like to have a truck or a van parking right next to me, like right behind the fence. And like my fellow commissioners indicated, this is a residential district with no commercial overlay, so I'm not in favor of keeping this U-Haul operation on site. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with the comments that have been made. I have concerns about the vacuum air pump and 2 car wash machines being located along that residential lot line. Even if it's currently vacant, it's only 23 feet away from a series of side lot windows. So I share many of the concerns stated, and I don't want to repeat anybody else. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Okay.
Move on.
Let's I want to ask, I think, Deputy General Counsel, do you want to take a quick break right now?
So the case that I need to do some background on is the last case.
Okay. All right. So we'll
15.
take a break before we do 201940. How
Yes.
about that? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So the next case, please, Ms. Matias.
243-14BZ, 1660 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has waived the right to hold a hearing and has no objection to the application. This is an application for an extension of term and a waiver of board's rule for a continued operation of a drive-through facility associated with an as of right eating and drinking establishment at the subject site. Back in 2015, a drive-through facility was approved with condition, and the term of that expired in September of 2020. The applicant is proposing an extension of term and waiver of the rule and an amendment to the conditions of the prior grant. A compliance chart has been provided. It complies with all the conditions except for one, which the applicant is proposing to amend, and that is the condition related to landscaping. The prior board had put a condition that landscaping and buffering be provided along the rear and side lot line. And the applicant is proposing to modify that. As I look at the plan and the photographs that have been submitted, the site is abutted by a commercial retail mall to the rear and to the side, one of the side, and an automotive related gasoline service station on the other side. So there is a lot of commercial use in between this drive-through facility and the nearest residential use. So we typically have asked for landscaping as a buffer when the rear lot line or side lot lines abut a residential building, residential use directly. In this case, I do not think that it's evident there isn't any such use in the immediate vicinity abutting the subject lot. So I do not have any issues with removing that condition. I do want to make sure the applicant is mindful that this is, and this is for all the applicant pool. This is, if we are waiving the landscaping in this instance, it's because it is surrounded by active commercial uses and there isn't any abutting residential use. I just want to be very clear about that. With that, I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too am satisfied with this application. I believe I believe it's a very neat site, and considering its surroundings, I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I just request one clarification in the application. In the statement, page 1 says building size 4,091 square feet and 15 parking spaces. Page 6 says 14 parking spaces, and the resolution says 15 parking spaces. So they need to settle on one and carry that through. That's it.
It's the parking space that is inconsistent.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. Likewise, I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I think
Next
if
item.
the applicant, if they can clarify the inconsistency with regards to the parking space, that would be helpful. Thank you. Next item.
Next item, item number 14, 2018-51BZ, 1101 Plainview Avenue, Queens.
All right. I am just pulling up the plans.
6. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So this is an extension of time, so proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing is not required. The applicant is requesting an extension of time to complete construction of a residential home that was granted a bulk variance which expired on February 12, 2023. This is a corner lot, and back in 2019, a variance was granted for a 3-story, 1-family home. With conditions, and the condition being that the CO be obtained by February 12, 2023. The applicant is requesting a 4-year extension, and the reason for the delay is pandemic related and construction costs, loss of revenue, and the high cost of constructing due to lack of delivery of material. The applicant states that as of December 2022, DOB had approved the reinstatement of the application, and has secured the financing, and therefore the construction can start. The applicant has provided a timeline and estimates that certificate of occupancy will be obtained by early 2027. I'm satisfied with the application. I have no additional comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
I think the delay is reasonable and I have no further comments. I'm satisfied.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Just a clarification, they indicated that back in 2022, no permits were issued. Only the application was lapsed, and what is reinstated, as far as I understand, is the applications, not the permit, because the permit didn't lapse because it wasn't issued originally. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no comments.
All right. Thank you all. We'll take a 5-minute break. Will that be enough?
Could I get 10 minutes, please?
10 minutes? Sure,
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
It is, what time is it now?
11:19.
11:20. Let's make it 11:20. So 11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners.
Okay, we're back on the record for Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session. The next item is item number 15, 2019 40BZ 175, 179 East 73rd Street.
Commissioner,
Chair? Yeah,
yes,
I recuse myself from this case.
okay, thank you. You may turn off your phone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing is not required for extension of time. This is an application for an extension of time to complete construction of a house of worship that was granted a bulk variance, which expired on December 23rd, 2023. The applicant is proposing a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain a CO. The project was delayed due to pandemic, and in terms of the status, it is under DOB review, and the applicant has provided a timeline, and it estimates about 28 to 30 months to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy. I did not have any comments. There is one open ECB violation regarding elevator, and I believe a ECB hearing has been scheduled end of this month. So I am satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied with this application and have nothing more to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied.
Couldn't hear you, Commissioner Shetta.
You
Still
didn't
can't
hear
hear
me?
you.
Yes, now I can.
Oh, okay.
Am I clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I said I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Let's get Commissioner Yoon back. Can
Commissioner
somebody?
Yoon, can you rejoin us, please?
All right, great.
Okay. Appeals calendar, item number 16, 2022 3BZY 4923 2nd Avenue, Brooklyn.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to get the photos. All right, so we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to approve 17 to 17, 17 in favor and 17 in opposition. Therefore, community has taken
No position.
has not taken a position on the application because of the deadlock on the vote. I would want the applicant to clarify the reason for this deadlock vote. And I don't know anybody from the community board is going to attend the public hearing. If they can shed some light, that would be helpful. The action before us is an application that by the applicant who is seeking a statutory vesting pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-332 to extend the time to complete construction for a new building containing transient hotel use in an M1 district pursuant to the approved plan and valid building permits issued prior to the effective date for vesting. Please note that per 42-111E, the vesting date is April 23rd, 2018 for the right to continue construction. The statement of fact states that the building permit was issued prior to April 30th, 2018. That needs to be corrected. I think rest of it was in page 1. The rest of the statement had the correct vesting date, but that particular first page was incorrect. Affidavit is incomplete, and that needs to be completed.
Sorry, can I interrupt you, Madam Chair? I emailed that to you on Friday.
Oh, we do have a revised affidavit?
Yeah, that states that the firm can handle this. Is that what you were looking for? Owner's
Yeah,
affidavit, correct?
okay. So we do have a revised affidavit. Okay. Okay. Can you please forward it to me? I may have missed it. And did all the commissioners receive the revised affidavit? Okay, if not, please send it to all of us. Thank you, Ms. Matias. So before I get into the details, the history of the construction timeline was not provided. This was not a very well put together application. We have seen a very thorough application from this applicant team before on this subject matter. So the applicant should be able to follow through its prior submissions as a sample to respond to the questions and revise the documents. So pursuant to zoning resolution 42-111, the existing construction is vested since the building permit was lawfully issued on March 21st, 2018, prior to April 23rd, 2018. No TCO was issued by December 20, 2021. This is again following the regulations that's stipulated in zoning resolution section 42-111. We also have received a letter from DOB confirming that the building permit was lawfully issued. So per zoning resolution section 42-111, it takes us to when construction is not complete, it takes us to section 11-332, which is extension of period to complete construction. And since the construction is not complete, the applicant has to go through the following set of findings. And one of them is that the applicant has to show the substantial construction has been completed. The applicant states that 29% of the superstructure, including footing, grades, beams, columns, foundations, is complete. Though I would say the foundation is not complete. However, a percentage of work has been completed. Now, based on case laws regarding vesting, there is a wide range of work completion, and there is no established substantial construction test. So from that point of view, the finding with regards to substantial construction has been met, but the applicant needs to clarify in its statement and be clear and be consistent in its document as to what aspect of the work is complete and what portion still remains to be done, specifically foundation. Since the site has not reached beyond the foundation basement. The second set of finding is substantial expenditure that has been made subsequent to the grant of the permit. And substantial expenditure includes money spent and incurred, construction expenses, including hard cost as well as soft cost, site preparation. Based on the financial document provided, breakdown of expense by vendor for the application, as of December 2021, over 4 million of the construction was expended of a total estimated 14 million. I want to hear from Commissioner Otley-Brown to confirm if the analysis provided is satisfactory. There are outstanding fines that are due. I would like the applicant to provide an update at the public hearing as to what measures are being taken to address these violations. With that, Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to first say that we should probably change the heading as this is a vesting case and not an extension of time. So I think that I too shared your same position. While I do believe that their substantial construction was completed, I need them to flush that out for me in a more substantial fashion so that we can relieve all doubt. And I also believe that I too was satisfied with substantial expenditure, but I also would like to hear from Commissioner Otley-Brown on that. And I, again, also had, I'd wanted a little more insight on how there was a stalemate at the community board. What was the debate at that juncture? Nothing further from me though.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So upon initially reading the application, I thought there was an inconsistency in the substantial construction finding, because they did state that the foundations were complete, but when they went into detail, it didn't appear that they were. When you average the individual percentages for each of the 4 exposures or sides of the building, you came up to less than 100% complete on several of the indicators, like footings, walls, grade beams, columns. But when I did go to the site and I looked through the hole in the fence, it did appear as if the foundation was completed. So I think that they need to just go into more detail as to when it was complete, if it was completed, or maybe it's the fact that it wasn't all completed by December 20th, 2021, but it is now. They should give us all of the information to back up all of their statements. As for substantial expenditures, as of December 20th, 2021, it appears as if it would be substantial expenditures. However, it's really difficult to substantiate that claim because the way in which they present their supporting evidence is completely confusing. So they're giving us monthly bank statements, and each monthly bank statement is backed up with canceled checks, but there's no way to really match it up with what the statement is saying. So what they really need to do is list their checks in an Excel spreadsheet, show the date of the check, what the check was for, when the check was actually cashed out, and then do a total percentage of the checks that have been presented and cashed versus the outstanding total construction costs in order to prove that point and back up their statement. And I agree with you. They say there are 0 open ECB violations, but there are also 7 open DOB violations and fines. So they need to address that as well.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Just regarding the use, you mentioned, Chair, that the proposed building will be a hotel. It's going to be, according to the statement of facts, it says that it's going to be a hotel and an ambulatory diagnostic and treatment facility. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the material submitted, I do agree with you that this application is not up to the standards that we've seen before from the same applicant. So I would urge them to look into the submission one more time. And regarding the confusion of what was done and what wasn't, I would like them to submit to us drawings showing completed elements and the date of completion. That looking at a picture is much better than reading tons of documents. So I would like them to submit what I just described. I was confused about the 4 exposures, what is meant by them. But I believe I got some clarifications now. And the final thing regarding the structural drawings that were submitted to us, I just want to put it on the record that we're taking these drawings for records. We did review these drawings and we'll just keep them for our records. That's all. Thank you.
Right. We are not reviewing it.
We are not reviewing
Right.
the structural drawings. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't hear the not, so that's why I wanted you to just very clearly say that. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes, thank you for pointing out that the use, I did not mention the ambulatory care use because it's an as-of-right use. The hotel is no longer an as-of-right use based on the text change that happened. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been stated, except when I went to the site, it did not look like the foundations were completed to me. They were definitely, there was a significant amount done, but you could still see there was exposed earth and rakers still supporting the foundation walls, which implies that they're temporary supports. So I don't think they're completely done, but I do admit to or agree with the confusing nature of the inconsistencies in the submission. Also, the site could use some cleanup. It looks like there hasn't really been an activity, or there wasn't any in the middle of the work week. The site has graffiti on the construction fences that needs to be maintained. And if the applicant could also speak to their timeline going forward and when they plan to start work again. Thank you.
I definitely defer to Commissioner Yoon on the foundation. This is my layman's eyes. I'm like, well, it looks like the walls are in place, so
Yeah.
thank you.
No, a lot is done, but it doesn't look quite finished. And it looks like it's been sitting there since it very much looks like the images they sent from 2019 today in 2023.
So the work has halted to some extent.
From the little picture, you don't get much view from those little holes. So I'd like the applicant to clarify again the timeline of when they plan to restart or if they have restarted.
Just to clarify, Chair, the records are not part of the foundation. They are considered part of the SOE, which is a temporary structure. Foundation means footings, piles if used, foundation walls, and I believe according to the picture they submitted, it was partially completed, not 100%.
Okay, so I think there's a consensus that the foundation is not 100% complete. The applicant needs to provide a much thorough clarification of what really has transpired till the date of December 2021 and what is the status right now. And another important factor that Commissioner Yoon brought up, what is the timeline going forward to complete it? Because it also, from the photographs that were provided and what I've seen from the Google Street View, it seems there really has not been much progress made. And maybe that was the reason why the community board was on had a deadlock. But the applicant can clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Move on.
Yes, please.
Item number 17, 2022-42A, 30 Page Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, all right. I did not see a proof of service of initial filing on this. If I missed it, please, Ms. Matias, I think you were managing this case. If you could just let me know. The application was approved by the community board, so it has been filed, that's for sure, because the community board received it. This is an application for a waiver of GCL 35 to develop an as-of-right one-story warehouse on the subject zoning lot that is partially located on a bed of map streets. And I think the streets in question, and this is where I have a question for the applicant. The applicant states in its documents that it's seeking a GCL 35 for building on the bed of Sowell Avenue, Botany Place. And my question was, why isn't Julie Place also not included in this assessment? Because that's also a mapped street, but unbuilt. Even though it's not being built upon, it is being used to provide access and not being built to the full lot width. So would it also require a waiver? That's a question I had. And I have to say, in terms of the drawings that have been submitted, the initial plan that was submitted dated 2022-07-12, it's easier to read in terms of the location of the map street and the proposed building. Whereas the 2023-03-08 plan, it is not clear Julie, not Jules, Julie Place is also affected by the proposed action. It is located within the subject site. A builder's pavement plan has been submitted for Page Avenue, though it is not very clear from the drawings or from the statement as to what is being proposed to improve the frontage of Page Avenue. The main access to this facility would be from Page Avenue. We have received a no objection letter from DEP, fire department. I don't know if it is needed, but we have not received any follow-up. We have not received anything from DOT either. Department of City Planning has flagged that the proposed development may require a City Planning Commission authorization for tree removal and topographic modification pursuant to zoning resolutions, sections 107-64 and 107-65, which the site is located within the South Richmond Special District. DEC also issued a letter stating that the site is not within the tidal wetland and wetland permits are not required. However, the applicant should add a note to the BSA drawings saying that BSA is not waiving any regulations pertaining to wetland. And as I mentioned, the statement of fact is incomplete. Now, it needs to state the statute and present the facts and go through the findings. So the applicant should submit a revised statement of fact. Otherwise, I really did not have much question with regards to the application, but some of the documents need a little bit more cleaning up and presented in a manner that clarifies all the questions that are being raised. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would add is, and I mean this for both this case and the case following, is that the applicant should include the text of the statute in the application. We generally call it a statement of findings and facts because we would we see the findings that are supposed to be met, and then the applicant is supposed to show how the facts would align with the findings. So I ask that moving forward, when they're asking for a certain code or statute or anything along those lines, they should include the actual statute or code in the statement of facts. I have nothing further.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I have
Thank
no additional comments.
Commissioner Shetta?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with you that a note need to be added to the plans indicating that we're not waiving any regulations relevant to DEC, though that they provided us a letter indicating that the site is not part of a wetland and a wetland permit is not needed. Just in case if something changes in the future, then we're covered. The other point is regarding the FEMA map. Actually, I saw that they submitted, 1 second. Yeah, actually this one, they submitted a FEMA map. Sorry, this is not the one I have no further comments to add. Just the note relevant to the DEC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The only question I have is, are we waiting for DOT to confirm?
Yes.
Okay, sorry if that was stated before. That was the only thing I was looking for at the end. I have no other comments.
Chair, I'm sorry, I got confused. Actually, I haven't seen a FEMA map, so I'm asking them to submit one if they didn't. Sorry about that.
Okay.
And regarding the comment that Vice Chair Shibata raised, this is also for all the project managers reviewing GCLs, both 35 and 36. Please make sure the applicant in its submission states, in the statement states the statute, the applicable statute, and presents the facts and findings associated with it. Thank you. I have to say I have not, I actually went through all of the submission and I actually also do not see the proof of hearing on this one.
No, it's weird. I did send that to you.
I cannot see the proof of initial filing or proof of hearing on this one. I'm sorry.
Why my email is not. Yeah.
So if the applicant can resubmit it between now and public hearing, that would be helpful. I think it would just be easier. Thank you.
Is it not in the proof of service folder?
Is it? I am not able to open it. So, or if I am.
There's, there, okay. It's because there's, wait, Oh, there's two versions.
I do
Oh,
believe
okay,
that.
I do see the proof of service. I just downloaded the latest. I think this is what happens when you download an older version and you don't update it. Okay, I do see.
Yeah, I
proof
sent
of
that to
service.
you out on Thursday and then Friday.
I do see proof of service of initial filing, but the proof of hearing I don't see now.
There's a notice of hearing. It's a bit confusing because there's an application folder within the application folder.
Yeah,
But I
some,
think in both proof of service folders, and maybe Jella can say this more eloquently, but I do see notice of
As-
hearing.
Okay,
yeah,
and notice of hearing, you do see it and it has been sent to everybody, right?
yes.
It appears so, yes.
Yes.
Okay, all
yes.
right. Okay, so Commissioner Yoon vouches for it. I'm satisfied with it.
Oh, Ms. Pringle also has her hand up, so maybe she can double down on that.
Okay, yes,
I agree. Yes. It's in the proof of hearing notification is in the folder, and it was sent to the community board, borough president, council member, city planning commission, Department of Buildings.
got
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you.
I don't know why my emails didn't go through. I apologize, Commissioner.
It's okay. It happens. We do have sometimes bad technical days. It happens. Okay, go ahead. Next case, please.
Okay, item number 18, 2022 48A, 40-01, 169th Street, Queens.
Okay, on this one, we have received the proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for a waiver of GCL 35 to enlarge an existing as-of-right residential building on the subject zoning lot that is partially located on the bed of Map Street. The bed of the Map Street being Station Road. Currently the building, the existing building is located on, a good portion of the existing building is located on the bed of the Map Street of Station Road. And between 168 and 171st Street, Station Road is unbuilt and is developed with residential buildings. There are some comments both DEP and DOT has provided, which is mostly dimensioning some information on the site plan. The applicant should respond to that. We have not received fire department sign off, and I guess we just need those clarification. Other than that, I really did not have any issue with this application. And following up on Commissioner's Vice Chair Shibetta's comments from the earlier, that the statement of fact needs to be presented in a way where the statute, the facts related to it, and the findings need to be all presented. Vice Chair Shibetta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Again, the FEMA map, the one that's submitted, is an index map. It's not an actual flood map. I'm not sure if there is one actually for the site, but if this is the only. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if the only thing that's available is the index map, I'm fine with it. If there is an actual flood map, I would like them to submit it. That's all.
Yeah, I think this is far away from any water body, so maybe that's why the index map has been provided. Okay, but the applicant can clarify that. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. What does that do? That takes us to the.
This is the end of the review. So it's 11:59. Do you want to go to the hearing or?
What do commissioners want to do? Do you want to take lunch break, or do you want to go through a couple of cases and then we take a lunch break?
I think a couple of cases might be a good idea to get the calendar underway.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's do a couple of cases. Start with the SOCs.
Okay, do we want to, okay, so the review session is concluded. We will now commence with the public hearing. Steve or Carlo, I think it's Carlo or Jella. Want to pull up the screen? Okay, everyone ready? All righty. So this is the public hearing for March 27, 2023. The first item we will be discussing is in the SOC calendar, continued hearing items, item number 5, 18285BZ, 209 11 20th Street, Brooklyn. This is Elise Fulder.
Bye. Okay.
Okay,
Fulder, sorry.
Ms.
Is there
Fuller,
any-
you
Is
have
anyone
any?
with you, Ms. Fulder?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was on the phone with a person going over the comments. I'm here now.
Is there anyone else you need on your team?
I didn't get it. I think that my client for that. I spoke to the owner and the tenant for those first two cases, but he starts work at noon, so I don't think that anyone can attend. But I have all the answers, so ready.
Okay, let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank you very
Please
much.
state your name for the record and proceed.
Elise Fuller from Eric Palatnik, PC. So for this case, 209 11 20th Street, we heard your comments about the operation and I spoke with the tenant and I'm going to go through your comments. So as you pointed out, during the day, there's two shifts. There's a day shift and a night shift. And during the day, there's a forklift driver and an office person / manager that operates from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then around 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., there's the office person manager isn't there anymore. There's just one forklift driver on site. I hope that clarifies.
Okay, and
Yeah.
from when to when, there is just the?
From approximately 8 p.m. to 5 a.m.
So there's only forklift driver.
Yeah, so there's two during the day and one at night.
Okay,
And then they don't put the circulars together on site. That's done in New Jersey. It's only a distribution facility.
okay.
And per the previous resolution, the forklift driver enters into the building to load everything. And then 99% of the vans come during the day. That's why there's just only one forklift driver at night, just in case, but it doesn't usually or ever happen. And during the day, about 50 vans come to pick up and drop off during that day period. Also, I'll update the statement of facts with all this more detailed information, but where additional, and then you asked how many vans. Okay, and then assembly's done in New Jersey. And then the last thing I'd like to add is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, not at any exact time, but in the morning, a recycling company comes to take any additional circular material that isn't used.
Okay. So what you need to do is you need to go through the statement of findings. You need to go through the findings and indicate how the revised operation is not going to change any of the prior conditions. Especially, the prior one was I think a contractor's, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there were vehicles coming in and out during certain hours, and here also you have. But I just want your document needs to clarify that this is not going to add to excessive amount of vehicular movement, and you need to clearly state how these additional vehicular movement is not going to create an impact, noise or traffic.
Understood.
In narrative format.
I have a question. Maybe you can refresh my memory on this. Wasn't this at one point in the past decade or so, like where they assembled penny savers or things like that, like a similar kind of assembly?
I believe so, because we were here like 10 years ago, but I'd like to double check, but yeah, it was some sort of assembly. There was one that was a beverage. Maybe this was the beverage.
At one point, I believe it was beverage, and then,
But then
I think
maybe
it
before
was
that it was
assembly of penny savers, and then contractors So, I mean, if it was, and if that can help your argument as to it was once doing a similar kind of,
Yeah.
operation at this site, well, it'd be helpful to include that history.
Yeah,
Right.
last time I was here, it was also a distribution center.
Right,
So
it was a
it's still-
separate distribution center. That's what I remember it as when I've
Yeah.
done a site visit at that time. Yeah, so I think use the history to kind of help you guide through the questions that we are raising and how this operation does not deviate from those prior uses and will not add any additional factors that would be detrimental to the neighborhood character.
Mhm. Okay,
All right. Thank you. That was, it's good to have Commissioner Otley Brown who brings in these history.
yeah.
Penny savers. I remember seeing those things back in the 80s.
So
All right.
also, I think I made it clear, but just would like to say there's no heavy there's no machinery in the site. It's just,
Okay. Okay.
so that will help with the noise.
Mhm. Right, and it's a distribution center only. You're just literally taking it. It's just a forklift that's going in and out. And I'm assuming when it's not operating, it's parked inside the building.
Yes,
Okay.
they're not like vans that just sit there. They pick up, they go.
Okay. All right. And the trash will be stored inside only during pickup. It's going to be brought out.
Yes, correct. And there's
Even though
always
you said
someone,
it-
as you notice, there's always someone there, so that person can
Right.
monitor.
So you just clarify all of those in your documentation.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Fullader? Okay, let's go to the public, please.
One second, sorry, I was muted. The case we're currently discussing is 18285 BZ 209 11 20th Street, Brooklyn. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or outside the city limits. Our toll-free number is 1-888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181, and you will press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand located on the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 1 minute in which to, 3 minutes, I'm sorry, in which to discuss the application.
Okay. Ms. Fullader, how long will it take for you to make these corrections? I mean, it's mostly in your statement. I don't think the drawing needs to change.
Yeah, so a week. It's just a matter of not being in hearings and sitting down and writing because I have all the information.
Okay. And all prior conditions will be continued to be applicable.
As
Right.
you pointed out, it's just the hours of operation that changes, but everything else stays.
So just clarify that also.
Okay,
So just complete the package and tie it up with a nice bow.
makes sense.
Okay. All right.
How much time did she offer? I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I missed that.
1 week.
Whatever
1 week.
you want to put us on whenever you have room on your calendar. Sounds
Mm.
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule. I'm not going to promise, but we'll definitely try to have it done before, hopefully before the May hearing. I like to aim for April.
And do you
I
want to
don't
see it one more time? Is that what you're saying before we close?
Mm,
Or not necessarily?
no, I'm okay with closing it. I
Okay.
think you have answered the question. You just need to put this together in a
Mhm.
way, as you know, what we look for and submit that.
Okay,
we have any questions, we may reopen it. If
Makes sense.
it's not responded
And-
to our satisfactorily, we may reopen it. So don't take that chance.
understood. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to give me another week or two to put it together, that's fine too.
So we will then aim for April, maybe the end of April hearing.
And then I forgot to answer one question, which you just reminded me of about the certificate of occupancy. Took us a while to get the DOB objection, as you may know. That's why we adjourned it a few times. And thank you, Commissioner Yoon, for pointing that out. So we'd ask for 2 years just to make sure we don't have to come back.
You sure 2 years should be enough?
What, if you're willing to give more, it's not like we have to construct anything. We just have some administrative holdups sometimes.
Okay,
I'd-
2 years it is. You know your process better, so 2 years.
Sometimes, honestly, I'm gonna be really honest with you. I know this process pretty well, but sometimes I'm always learning about the DOB and what goes on there.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners for Ms. Fullader? Okay, so I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 6, 18385 BZ 2068 20th Street, Brooklyn. At least just raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on said board member questions?
I do. Thank you very much. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. This is for 20608 20th Street. We're going to go through, or I'm going to go through your comments one more time. So there's no heavy machinery used and there's no chemicals. What happens is blank materials, so like t-shirts and sweatpants and clothing items, like blank clothing items, are shipped to this facility, and then they're sold wholesale, or there's one sewing machine that has 4 heads that embroiders on the clothes, like if you want to order like a personalized t-shirt.
Okay.
So it embroiders the material. So it's a mix of things. They either embroider or they resell wholesale these blank materials. And then they have a small amount of holiday decorations, which they also sell wholesale during the holidays.
From the site?
Yes. And so the open space, open storage, I think this is what you're referring to, is just keeping these blank, these material, clothing or holiday decorations.
Okay, so what is the holiday material program? Because that's in the backyard facing the residents. So how extensively, what's the hours of operation on that, and how much of a disruption will that be to the residents?
So they just store things there, and a van comes 4 to 5, a van that's not a separate van, just their van comes 4 to 5 times a week to drop orders off.
Okay. Okay.
So
If you can give more specific information in terms of the holiday material sale, how often does that happen? Is it only December? Are we talking about other major holidays?
I can
No.
ask more. He said that that's less and less of a business for him. It's way more it's just like a side small thing, because it's mostly the clothing material that's being embroidered.
Okay. The reason I'm asking that question, because I think there were issues with, if it's holidays, winter holidays, days are shorter, lights would be needed, and you're going to have lights and people around, which may be an issue with the abutting residents. So that's why I'm asking those questions.
Oh, I think it's like ornaments, like, like that kind of thing, but I'll clarify in the statement of fact.
If you could clarify. Yeah.
And then in terms of a C of O, it's the same owner, different tenant, same owner. So it's the same situation as before, with 2 years would be great.
Just administrative holdups.
Yeah, again, with the Department of Buildings, we took a while to get our objection.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta had a question about lights. Any light in the back? Are there any lights in the back that is existing or proposed?
I do not believe so, but I'll double, triple check for you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
write that in the cover letter,
Okay.
because it closes at night and everyone goes home.
Right. Your hours are till 3 p.m. So
Yeah.
even I'm assuming during holidays, you're going to maintain 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yes,
Okay. So you do not need to have any lights during off hours other than maybe an emergency light kind of thing.
exactly.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta, do you have any additional questions or comments on that
No,
matter?
thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions for Ms. Fuller? Any clarification?
Oh, you didn't hear me? I did answer. I said, no, thank you.
Yeah, no, I specifically called you out, but I didn't give opportunity to the other commissioners, so that's why. I gave you a very special time slot.
Thank you.
Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case, wait till the seat, so come on. Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 18385 BZ 206 820th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. You can also use our toll-free number if you're outside the city limits, 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss this application.
Okay. On the plan, I noticed there's a note that says existing barbed wire fencing. I think I seem to remember at the last prior board had asked that those barbed wires be removed.
Sure, it's removed from the site and from the plans.
Yeah.
I saw in a site visit that I did not see the barbed wire, but the brackets were still there.
So then the brackets need to be removed.
Brackets.
And can you please add a note to the plan that no lighting is proposed and only emergency lighting?
Yep.
Okay.
The alarm went off. How much time?
I would give the same amount of time as the other one because it's the same owner.
Okay.
So the end of April, like you were saying, or something is fine.
Okay. Okay, commissioners, you're satisfied with closing this?
He had some nodding yes.
Everybody's nodding in agreement. Okay, so on this one, you have to revise the statement of fact and the drawings, adding those notes and remove the existing barbed wire with fencing from the drawings. And I would say this goes for the other application also. I did not notice if the other drawing also had barbed wires. If so, this comment applies to the prior application also. Please remove any barbed wires or
References to them.
references, brackets. They need to physically be removed and also removed from the plan.
Yep.
And provide a photo.
And
Mhm.
provide a photo, yes, of those, and also need to revise the drawings, statement of facts, and provide photos of the improvements made. Okay, so
Sounds
with that, close the hearing.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibeta,
Aye.
Can you repeat that, sir?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Nope. Repeat. No,
Couldn't hear you, Commissioner Sheta.
can't hear you.
Now,
Yes, sir.
I vote aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Application is closed for decision. Okay, next item is item number 7, 32414 BZ, 19830 Jamaica Avenue, Queens.
This would be
This
Mr.
is
Hudson.
Lottie. This should be Hiram Rothkrug.
Yeah.
Mr. Rothkrug, are you joining us? You want to unmute and join as panelist, sir?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Rothkrug. Can you join a photo? Oh, thank you. His hand is up. Why is your hand up?
I put my hand up. Hold on, I'll start the video.
Thank you, sir.
There we go.
Okay. You put your YouTube hand up. Are you the only one, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony
I
before
did.
this board and to respond
Hold on.
honestly to board member
Hold on,
questions?
there is a noise coming from somewhere else.
Hold on, I'll close my office door. Right.
Okay, let's do that
Okay,
again.
sorry.
Yeah, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hiram Rothkrug for Vassal Abbey Associates. We attended executive session this morning, so we'll go over a couple of things. Number one, we'll dimension the trash enclosure. We'll also dimension the planting beds. Please note that the planting beds have been there for about 40 years, so I don't know that they are at 4 feet, at a depth of 4 feet, but whatever they are, we'll dimension it.
Okay. Just note that anything less than 4 feet would almost make any planting existence, a viability bleak. So, you know, the effort that your client is going to go through in planting there may be futile if it does not survive. So keep that in mind and either pick the kind of planting that will survive in that circumstances, and then revise your planting schedule accordingly. Or if nothing will survive, you would have to increase it to a depth of 4 feet to allow for some minimal planting. You know, something that is very easy to maintain, that does not require your client to have to rip it off and replant anything, with minimal maintenance, minimal amount of irrigation or anything. So that's really what we are looking for. So look for something that is as cost effective for your client, and discuss it with them and with an expert on planting, and revise your plans accordingly and your planting schedule accordingly.
Yeah, yes, understood. Additionally, we will give you a detailed bollard plan and a little description as to how it would work and not allow for cars to back into the fence. And the last item was the plans. The plans from the prior applicant showed the lot size to be 8,900 square feet, which is what we show the lot size to be. Somehow on their SOC form, they had a total of 10,000, a lot size of 10,1719 square feet. We don't know where that total came from, because if you look at their plans, it shows the lot size 8,900 square feet, which is what the tax map shows as well. So there was, you know, we believe there was just an error made from the last applicant that a square footage for a lot size was picked up along the way that was inaccurate, and that's the issue.
I looked at all of the resolutions actually this morning, and it never makes reference to lot 55. So it's always lot 56 straight through. So you're just saying that lot 55 was always there, just never a part of this variance. So it was just like an error in calculation.
There was
basically.
yes, there was an error in calculation made by the last applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So can we fix that error going with this application and reference it correctly in the statement also?
Well, I don't think 10,000. I don't think that the lot size is referenced in any of our materials. It's referenced in the board's resolution from the last resolution they issued.
Okay, so that's as a note to ourselves that we correct the.
We can also issue an administrative correction of the former resolution.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Thank
So
you.
we-
That's a good thing. Okay.
Obviously, we could turn all this around very quickly for the board.
I did have one question which has not been answered, and that is this breakup of the space with a chain link fence with 6 vehicles parked on one side and 6 on the other. Are they being separated by the nature of operation? That is, one area would hold only the used car and the other area would be for vehicles awaiting repair?
That's correct. That's my understanding.
Okay, so which one will be for which one?
So if you're looking at the site from Jamaica Avenue, the site to the left is for the sale of used cars, and the site to the right is the automobile repair and accessory parking for cars awaiting service.
Okay, in that case, the number of, how will that be accessed? Will it be by that curb cut that is at the corner of 119th and Jamaica?
Correct.
Okay, so then, and there isn't any like even a pedestrian gate between the two operation? It's the same operator, I'm assuming.
I'm sorry?
It is the same operator,
Yes,
right?
one operator, correct.
So they would have to go out and then go back through the swing gate into
Go
the.
back, correct, go back around.
So the prior approval allowed for 7 spaces for vehicles awaiting service and 5 for automobile sales. Now it would be 50-50. Is that a proposal that you're making? Because then that's an amendment.
No, we're gonna leave it at the 5 and 7.
Okay, then please make correct your notes. And in that note, indicate in this car sales area, it will be only 5 vehicles for automobile sale.
That's good. We'll put a note on the plan.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're going to replace all of these bubble things, which is replace existing planting, proposed trash enclosure, because that was for our review for today. But once you do revise it, it would be with all the proposed changes and with all the dimensions and details.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Any questions or comments for Mr. Rothbrook from the commissioners? Everybody's shaking their head saying no. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 32414 BZ 19830 Jamaica Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to speak on this matter, dial 558-8656, or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 85235960181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. You will then press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you are calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss this application.
Mr. Rothkrug, I have a question. If you're planning to maintain 5 vehicles for used car, is it possible to move the provide a parking space in the area that's a waiting service next to like 8, parking space number 8? That way, all the vehicles that requires service or accessory to the operation is parked on that side, and this minimizes any confusion as to how many spaces are actually dedicated for used car.
Okay,
So I would say remove one of the parking spots from the, which is it, eastern portion, right? It would be along the 199th Street portion, and add another one to the portion that is awaiting service.
okay,
This way it's much clearer, and you can indicate which is the used car sale area in your plan, and that 5 spaces for used car.
good, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, no one put the hands up or called in. How much time, Mr. Rothkrug?
Again, this, we could turn this around very quickly.
What's quickly?
Well, a week.
Yeah, I don't think we can schedule it that quickly. What I do want to make sure that this is all done correctly. I'm going to, if it's okay with all the commissioners, I would like to close this application. And what I would like you to do, what I want you and your clients to do, is to make all those corrections to the plan and provide a letter indicating where all the changes are proposed and why, especially with regards to the planting, as to if it is less than 4 feet, therefore what kind of planting you're proposing that would provide enough of a buffer and along the lot line, specifically along the rear lot line. That's what I'm most concerned about. And then I would say go ahead and implement it. Because I don't think you're proposing to make many changes to the site. The site is in pretty good condition. You just would have to do new plantings and just stripe the parking spaces and put up a new fence and bollard.
Correct, good.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, to clarify, I'm sorry, do you want this done before he comes back? Or there's a time frame?
I would like this to be done before it comes back for vote. So I would like to close
Okay.
on it and make all these changes, and we can vote on it once all these changes are made, because the season is perfect for planting. And the site is in pretty good condition. You don't need major construction or anything. So all you have to do is the planting, put the bollards, put the fence, and the trash enclosure.
Okay, so, maybe sometime in the middle to end of May gives us
Yeah.
enough time to take care of all that.
Right. But again, Mr. Rothkrug, please do make sure whatever planting you're proposing is going to thrive.
Understood, Chair.
Right, because otherwise it's going to be an exercise in futility for your client.
I hear you.
Okay.
So motion to close?
All right. Are the commissioners okay with closing? All right, everybody saying yes. So close, motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, item is closed for decision. Continue on, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
The new cases,
Actually, I just want to. Are the commissioners okay with going forward? So, okay, we'll
Keep
go
going.
forward till 1 o'clock. We'll go forward till 1 o'clock and then we'll take a break. All right, let's go with next case.
okay, new cases, item number 8, 86755 BZ, 6615 Borden Avenue, Queens.
I think this is Mr. Kanzada.
Nazir, yes.
Divakar
Kanzada.
Gupta.
Mr. Gupta. No, it's Duwaka, isn't it? Duwaka Gupta, okay. I don't see either. Oh, there you are. Okay. Hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, raise your right hands, Mr. Kanzada and Duwaka. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, please state your names and proceed.
My name is Diwakar Gupta.
Nasir Khandada, I'm the applicant.
Okay. We reviewed the comments this morning. So we will update and clean up the facts and findings to talk about the self-service car wash. And then for the car wash, we will get a smaller, a shorter car wash box. And we're going to replace the fence behind the car wash. So that way it's has an 8-foot height rather than, I think it's 10 feet right now. And we'll add drains nearby. So we will put a drain, circular,
Trench drain.
yeah, we'll put a trench drain along the lot line and we'll have to make sure that there's adequate drainage for the car wash, the self-service car wash, to make sure that there's no water going onto the sidewalk. And we'll also put a solid green panel behind the car wash so that there isn't any water coming from the car wash going onto the sidewalk along Clinton Avenue. And also the easternmost curb cut. So right now the easternmost curb cut isn't really being used because there's only 3 dispensers and there are curb cuts that are closer to the pumps. And there's parking along the eastern side. But once we change the site layout to have 4 pumps, then that curb cut is going to be used, and it's also going to be used for the tanker to enter the site. So that's why we want to keep that as 30 feet, and we'll add a truck flow diagram to show how the tanker would use that curb cut to enter the site. The trash enclosure. So the trash enclosure, it's an existing trash enclosure. It's a chain link fence with opaquing slats, green opaque slats. We'll add the dimensions and the size of the height of the trash enclosure onto the plans.
I'm going to I looked at the photos and the trash enclosure kind of looks beat up. And my fear is with the car wash there, it's not going to stand very well. So, and given that it's located at a very prominent intersection, I think you need to improve the appearance of it. So make it a masonry wall with a metal fence. That again will be water resistant. You need to make sure that it's water resistant. That's not going to rust or something like that. So find a material that's going to withstand the test of time and weatherization.
Sure, good with that, no problem.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Okay.
Remove the banners.
Right. We will take down the excess banners at the site. We will keep the small sign near the car wash station saying the hours of operation. So it will be like the sign says, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And we'll make sure that the vacuum and the air pump, they're also only in operation from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
And this is going to be automatically turned off, right? So there are ways that you can control it so nobody can use it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
6 a.m. to what is the hour you said? 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 7 days of the week?
Yeah,
That's what they come there after hours.
yeah, 7 days a week.
I think because of this location and it's very far away from residential, I'm okay with it being 7 days of the week, 6 to 9.
Thank you.
Okay.
And this would be for both vacuum and car wash.
Vacuum, car wash, and I think there's an air pump too, yeah. The lighting, so we were originally proposing an illuminated sign on the eastern side of the canopy, but we'll change it to non-illuminated, so that way it's not shining light into the neighbor's property. And we're also actually going to decrease the size of the canopy a little bit. We'll cut 3 feet on each side, so that way it'll be a little bit further from the neighboring residents as well.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the illuminated light that is going to affect the 2 residential buildings that's abutting your lot. It's very close to their windows and it's fairly high up, so it's going to be very visible. So, you know, that is why you cannot have illuminated sign along that frontage, specifically on the eastern frontage and on the northern frontage that is closer to the lot line. Maybe, you know, as you move closer to the Clinton Avenue frontage, you could have illuminated sign, but not the frontage of that is closer to the residential building.
Yeah, okay. We'll make sure the illuminated signs are further away from the residents, and the lights that are in the canopy will be pointed downward and shielded, so they're not going everywhere as well.
Right, so you need to revise your lumen studies.
Okay.
And so just to make it one more time, that the illuminated light will be facing on the Borden Avenue. So there should be no light facing the residential side.
Right, it's definitely, as I'm looking at the map, no lights facing eastern from the canopy, and for the portion of the northern portion of the canopy that is closest to the building, I would say take it halfway through the building, like where the existing building is, almost up to that point, there shouldn't be any lighting.
There is no light. There's no light or sign proposed on the northern face of the canopy. So because nobody see it, so there will be no question. And east we will have a non-illuminated sign, Sunoco, whatever. And on the southern side, which is facing the Queens Midtown Expressway, Borden Avenue, that will have a sign illuminated. Only one illuminated sign on the canopy.
This one too.
Okay, so it will be a Borden Avenue and facing Queens Midtown Tunnel, the corner of Clinton and.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just confused. The western portion of the canopy, will that have also illuminated sign?
This will have, the western portion is facing the Borden Avenue, that will have one illuminated sign.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. Western will have a sign, but not illuminated.
Okay.
Just to clarify regarding the trench drain, the design for that trench drain, is it going to be just to intercept the water from the car wash or the runoff from the entire station?
It'll be for both. So we'll have, I think, one drain closer to the car wash, and that will not necessarily be that might be a circular drain.
Yeah.
And then we'll also have the trench drain along Borden Avenue, and together that will handle both the car wash water and any storm water.
Perfect. Thank you.
One other thing. Okay, so there was a question about the second canopy. So what we're proposing is, it's not the metal canopy that's over the dispensing area. It's a small canopy over the entrance to the convenience store. And that's just there for really to make the building look a little bit nicer. So it can be seen on the elevation for the building.
There was a question.
Yeah, the proposed front elevation shows the triangular canopy. It's just sticking out 5 feet from the front of the building.
Can you clarify why you do not need the handicap access? Is the building being leveled, the frontage is being leveled? So
exactly.
That wasn't clear in your statement.
Okay, we'll make it more clear, but yeah, since we're going to be,
redoing the grades.
yeah, we'll be redoing the grades for everything since we're putting in new tanks and dispensers now. So we'll redo the grading for the entrance to the convenience store as well, and it won't require a handicap access ramp.
Will that improve some of the drainage also?
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Yes.
Okay, all right. So please indicate those in the plans also, the changes that are being proposed. Now, I had another question. When I was looking at the photos you provided, it seems some landscaping has been provided along the Clinton Avenue frontage and for that area that's been widened next to the existing two-story brick building. What are the outstanding planting that still has not been completed?
The outstanding planting is in the rear of the convenience store. That triangular area, we're going to put in the planting after the building is extended, the proposed convenience store extension.
Okay.
Right. And also the planting along Clinton Avenue is going to be reinstalled because we're going to put the tanks over there. So it's going to, some of that planting is going to be taken out, but then put back in.
Okay.
And then the eastern part is next to the adjacent dwelling. That's the part that's done and won't be disturbed. Will be maintained.
Okay. Can you provide the spec for the car wash machine that you're proposing?
Sure, we'll find it, yeah. We'll add that to the facts and findings, or well, to the plans.
And we'll look at it and.
All right. Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
I would just ask that any proposed drainage, existing and proposed, be clearly indicated on the site plan or on a separate drainage plan so that when it goes to DOB, they know that new drains are being proposed.
Okay.
Actually, the side grids are redone because of new canopy and the new handicap area. So everything will be redone. So there will be a drainage plan and we will put that in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So that should be a separate drawing, Commissioner Yoon?
For our sake, I don't think we need a drainage plan, but I just want to ensure that DOB is alerted to changes in the drainage so that they go through the proper steps to make sure it's all tied into the right site connection and the storm and sanitary. So for us, I think we just need notes that indicate new and proposed drainage and existing drainage, and it can be on the same plan. That way, when DOB is reviewing the approved plans, they have at least those call outs.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, so I noticed that, I'm sorry, I just noticed that you have put a note saying metal enclosure with corrugated weather resistant sheeting. I'm just concerned that that may not, given that you're going to have the car wash machine right there, I'm not sure how long lasting that would be. So if you're proposing that, just make sure you have a metal, if you're proposing a metal one, make sure it can withstand car wash chemicals and water and it's not going to, and that's why I was suggesting masonry. So I just want to be clear why I was suggesting that. Unless commissioners, you have a better suggestion in terms of material that would be able to, withstand all the chemical and water from car wash.
I guess I take no problem. I have no problem with powder coated or highly finished metal enclosures either, because those are obviously designed to withstand exterior elements, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't have a personal preference for durability, but maybe more specifics would be helpful in your follow-up submission.
Okay, yeah, we can provide more specifics and make sure that it's water resistant.
Right. Water and sud resistant.
And suds, yes.
All right. If there are no other questions from the commissioners, let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 86755 BZ 6615 Borden Avenue, Queens, Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you enter the webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to allow you to speak if you are on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, in which to discuss this case, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How much time will it take for you to make these corrections to the plans and the statements?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
I just have to do drainage and cut the canopy size. That's the rest is there.
Right, and you said you're going to reduce the size of the canopy also, right?
Yes,
3
yeah.
feet from each side. Yes, it's a little bit too big. Yeah, the owner and the management realized that we don't need such a big canopy, so we're cutting it down to 6 feet more. So it's going to be 104 feet remaining.
So when you say that the easternmost curb cut would be used by the tanker, the way the planting is done, will it? I'm now worried if it will kind of trample it.
It's going to be able to go around it and not disturb the plantings. We didn't submit a tanker plan, but we did make one, so we'll add it to the submission and show it.
And we will adjust it.
Okay. And you need 30 foot for all the curb cuts in between, even the new one?
Yeah, 30 feet is fine because we have to leave minimum 18 feet between the curb cut. And the last one, 22 is fine also because that's just an exit. Nobody will enter from there. It's one-way road. So last one is 22 fine. Other ones will be a little tight.
Oh, so the first one would be the one on the extreme end, on the extreme, eastern side, will be used for entering and exiting?
No, only entry to the deliveries and the cars.
So if it is also an exit of the tanker would be on from the extreme one, which is 22 foot wide?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So if a tanker can exit from the curb cut that is located on the western end, which is 22 foot wide, why can't the same width be applicable for the eastern portion of the curb cut? It's also only for entry, not for exit.
That is correct. If really board wants it, we can cut down to 22 feet.
It has to be safe. So I am just my question is, why can't it be, if it is safe and it can be done, why not make it 22 feet?
Okay, we'll put it 22 feet. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, we're amending the plan to allow you to have a car wash and an additional gas tank, gasoline dispenser. I think this would ensure more safety.
Okay, no problem. We'll change it to 22.
Because I don't think currently the tankers were using this. Tanker was probably using the second curb cut.
That is correct. Yeah, that's why.
So you're bringing the curb cut closer. The tanker is coming closer to the residential. So you want to cut the curb cut away from the residence so that it becomes less of an encumbrance on the resident next to it.
Actually, it's the other way around. If we keep smaller curb cut, there somebody will park the car there because there is 17 feet 5 inches remain, 17 feet 5 feet remaining. So I don't know. It doesn't matter to me really because I could change it to 20.
I think, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, there are vehicles that are parked in front of the curb cut. I don't know which curb cut Commissioner Yoon was referring to.
Same curb cut, 22 feet, but it's not being used because nobody uses it. They have only 3 MPTs. Since we are changing it to 4 MPTs, now this curb cut will be used and there will be no parking there. And I can change it to 22 feet. I have no problem.
And you need to maintain minimum 18 feet between two curb cuts.
That is correct, yes.
We can shift. No.
Yeah, can you shift it? You have 19 foot 10. Why don't you shift it and make it 22? Wouldn't that make it even easier?
Yeah, perfect. I'll maintain 18 feet minimum and then I do 22 and it will bring like 6 feet, 9 feet away from the residential. Almost 10 feet away from residential more.
Yeah.
So that should make sense. You could do that.
Okay. Okay, that's good. All right, I do need to look at these revised plans before I can call it a close. So I'm going to keep it open. Sorry. These are a lot of changes and we need to look at the specs, the drainage plan and the details. So please do provide that. You said 2 weeks. We will try to have it scheduled. The schedule is filling up quite a bit. We will try for April, if not, definitely May.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Should we
It
take
is now only one, it's almost 1 o'clock. Do you want to now cease? And
Yes, yes. I think all the
Okay.
commissioners are feeling the pangs of hunger. So let's take a 40-minute break. We are at 1 o'clock nearly. So actually
We'll
make it
resume at-
35. 35? Let's make a 35-minute break. So it would be at 1:35. We will meet.
Okay, so we'll resume at 1:35 PM.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners.
Are we ready?
Yes. Is
Yes, yes,
everybody
yes.
here? Do we have a quorum?
Can we go, Joe? Is everybody ready? Okay, we're back on the record for the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for March 27, 2023. We'll continue with new cases. Item number 9, 239-02, 110 BZ to 110 Waverly Place, Manhattan. So this is Michael Zoltan and Dan Eggers. Want to join us panelists and put your video on and lower your hands, please? Thank you. Hi, so are you both presenting, gentlemen?
Michael will be doing the presentation. We're also joined by our representative from Babo, Mark Kosha. He should be on as well.
Kosha, yeah, okay, his hand is up. Let him in. Yeah. The minute I saw you, Mr. Zoltan, I thought DOB, sorry.
Yes, we have to get used to that, to see Mr. Zoltan not representing.
You're on the other side.
Good to see you after a long time, Mr. Zoltan.
You too.
Okay, are we all in?
Yep, I see Mark.
You're upside down, Mr. Kosha, but I guess that's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. All right, is that it, Dan, Mr.
That's
Eggers?
it. That's
Okay,
it.
so everybody want to raise their right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Michael Zoltan of Greenberg Traurig on behalf of Babo Realty LLC, the applicant. As you saw, I'm joined by Dan Eggers, my colleague, and by Mark Kosha, who is representing ownership. We observed the review session and were able to respond to the board's comments. So as stated, the community board recommended approval of the application subject to a couple of conditions, and I can talk a little bit about those conditions. The first was about the noise and vibrations from the HVAC units and their other rooftop mechanicals, that they be kept to a minimum and comply with the noise code regulations. They do. The HVAC and mechanicals are kept to a low minimum and comply with noise code. That was part of compliance from the last BSA application and continues to be the case. The second condition was that the use of the front portion of the second floor and the entirety of the third and fourth floor is restricted to residential occupancy. Again, that is something that is complied with and will continue to be. The third one was about deliveries. Deliveries and trash pickup have to be scheduled between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And that's when they have been and will continue to be scheduled during. The last condition was the community board requested removal of wiring, which remains as discussed after the open restaurant shed was recently removed. And that was actually recently removed as well. So the wiring is gone and that condition has been satisfied. And the last comment was not community board based, but it was from Commissioner Shedd, I believe, about noise complaints and music at the restaurant. There have not really been any noise complaints there, and there's no live music in the restaurant. It's just very quiet ambiance backgrounds, elevator-like music. You can't really hear from outside. People want to have conversations. You want to be able to hear your fellow diners. So the music is very low and it's not really heard from outside. So there's no real noise music emanating outside. And that's really it.
Regarding the wiring, what did you say that that structure has been removed?
So it was two things. One was the open shed. The restaurant had an open shed during COVID, and that was there, and that has been fully removed, the shed. And then after it was removed, there was some remaining wiring that was serving the shed, and that wiring has also been removed. And the community board condition was, at that point, the shed was removed, but the wiring wasn't. But since the community board appearance, the wiring has since been removed. So that condition is complied with as well.
Do you want a photo of that, Madam Chair?
Yes, I was just
Sure.
going to, you read my mind, yes.
Yeah,
You
so we
can-
have a photo, and we can submit that as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for the applicant team from the commissioners? Everybody shaking their head, side by side, side to side, no. Let's go to the public then.
So the case we are currently discussing is 23902 BZ, 110 Waverly Place, Manhattan. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss the case.
How long will it take for you to provide the photos?
It should be submitted by today.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure we can schedule a hearing as quickly as possible because we do have a heavy agenda, but we will do as quickly as our schedule permits. I will recommend we close this hearing and then we will schedule it for decision as our schedule permits. Is that okay with all the commissioners? Everybody shaking yes, their head shaking yes. And that's not the right way to say it, but anyway, you get the picture. All right. Oh, we still have some time. Oh, no, I don't have any questions.
What happened? Hold on. I have to redo it, sorry. Something happened with the clock.
Okay.
Just give me one minute. Okay. My timer went out for some reason.
I have a totally an academic question and nothing to do with application. This site is it in a historic district?
Yes.
So just for my own academic purposes and nothing to do with this case, in historic districts, are sheds allowed? Or does it require an LPC approval?
I'm not sure offhand. I do know it did get approval from the city, and has since been removed, but I'm not sure what all steps to approval at that time.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not asking about at that time. It's more of like, what is a new policy? That's really what it's, as I said, it's an academic exercise. It's really not pertaining to this particular subject.
I plead ignorance as well. Should they seek another shed, it'll be another issue we'll have to cross at that time.
Okay, all right. And should you seek that, I'm assuming it would require a modification.
Just to clarify, we don't plan on seeking that at all. But I was just entertaining the academic question.
Okay, entertained. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there's no callers.
Okay.
Madam Chair, there's no time has gone out. There's no callers.
Yes, let's then make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Hume.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you all. Good to see you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
happy holidays. The next item is item number 10-24503 BZ 16011 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens. This is Mr. Reyes.
Yes.
And you did get my revised authorization, correct, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, at least you got that.
Yes. Yeah, I think, yeah, I received it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Is he in the room? Oh, there, I see.
There he is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, raise your right hand, Mr. Reyes. Are you alone?
I do have Jared Jones in the room from Bowler Engineering, in case there are specific questions.
All right, Mr. Jones, do you want to unmute in case we have a question for you? So I don't have to do it again. Show picture, please. Join as panelist. Thank you, Mr. Jones. How are you?
All right.
Good to see you on also. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Okay. My name is Juan Reyes. I'm a partner of the law firm of Fager Drinker, joined by Jared Jones of Bowler Engineering. We attended the review session this morning, and we listened to comments. Commissioner Sheta, I believe, asked about automatic volume control, and our menu board, I've been informed by Bowler, does have AVC. Also, there was a question as to if there would be a sign provided that stated for customers to shut off their radio as they approach the menu board. We did not originally have that, but we're more than happy to provide that. Also, as far as work is concerned, been informed that we'd like to start work on May 29th. It would be approximately 3 weeks to complete the work. And I believe those are the comments at this time.
Okay. That's good enough. So I don't want, if you could provide a letter, basically responding to the same questions that was providing the answer to the questions that were raised. One is that there is AVC that exists, and that you will put up a sign. You'll put up signs to lower the volume. And the letter, we will put that as a condition.
Okay, great.
So rather than having you to revise the plan, we can put that as a condition, and so and then and that way in our resolution we can reflect that, and in your next set of plans, when you come for extension of term, we can add that to the note.
Okay, thank
This
you.
will save you to have to revise the drawings. But and what I would suggest, if you can, between now and then, do you think you can put up those lower the radio volume sign now between, or would that be affected by your construction?
Jared, maybe you could answer that question.
Definitely be affected by the construction, and they would likely move during the construction.
Okay.
So if we could, I would like to hold off on installing those just until we do the construction. I mean, we're only about 2 months out as it stands, so it'll be relatively soon.
Okay, so put that in your letter that that sign is not there, but it would be placed once the construction is complete, because temporarily any sign that is posted will be replaced, will be moved around during construction. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Shetta? And Commissioner Otley Brown is also agreeing to that. Okay, so please just clarify those. That way it is very clear to everybody of the understanding and the commitment that you are making on behalf of your client. And we will note that in the resolution also.
Okay, happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, let's then go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 24503BZ, 16011 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens. Do you have the screen up, Phil? Should you wish to discuss, please call 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute and be able to speak if you are calling in on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this application, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay. How long will it take for you to just send us the revised letter? Not a revised letter, a letter, sorry.
We could send that within a week.
Okay, all right. Once we are done with the clock running out, I want to make a recommendation to close, and we'll schedule it for the earliest possible hearing, I think. And I'll defer to our counsel whether we can schedule this for the next hearing. I just want to look at the next hearing schedule.
I don't think we have many cases on for decision next hearing.
Okay, so we can then schedule this for, okay. All right, so we will schedule it for April 10th.
Almost done.
Okay. All right, so I make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
And in your letter, in your letter, do indicate when you said 3 weeks to work will start in May 29th and 3 weeks to do the work. So indicate that in your letter also.
Okay.
Okay. And if maybe the project manager can give you a sample of the wording that we use for lower the volume, so that way there isn't any confusion.
Yeah, I can
who's
give them the
project-
sign that we've usually used.
Yeah, okay.
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 Thank you. Good to see you. Take care.
Okay, nice to see you. All right, take care.
Okay, continuation of new cases, item number 11, 34403BZ, 2777 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn. Howard Goldman.
Hello?
Hi. Is Miss Loops in your team?
Yes.
Okay, can you let her in? Okay, thank you, Howard. Mr. Goldman, sorry. Oops. Okay, when she's in, let me, okay, that's it?
That's it.
Okay, please raise your right hand, both of you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Howard Goldman, Goldman Harris, representing the applicant.
And I'm Diane Leeds, also representing the applicant.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. We heard the review session. I'd like to address the questions that were raised at review session. Discrepancy in the floor area numbers, which was noted by Commissioner Otley Brown. Good catch, but explainable. The revised BSA zoning analysis lists a floor area of 8,948 square feet. The existing floor plan for the restaurant shows 6,770 square feet. So why is this? Because the restaurant floor plan does not include two freestanding storage sheds that are on the premises. One is 1,228 square feet. The other is 950 square feet for a total of 2,178 square feet. So 6,770 restaurant plus 2,178 sheds equals 8,948 square feet. This was noted in the response to the notice of comments. This was explained on page 7, item 18. Okay, item 2, the trash storage area, which is enclosed on 4 sides with a 12-foot wall facing Flatbush Avenue and wrapping around a little bit, and a lower fence on the other portions. The photos 29 and 30 were taken inside the storage area. It showed 3 dumpsters, some plastic bags, and a pile of cardboard on the ground next to one of the dumpsters. The owner advises that the styrofoam and the cardboard are picked up on a different schedule from the regular trash. So there are times when this material may be just placed on the ground separately from the regular trash that is in the dumpsters. And again, none of this is visible from outside of this storage area. And then finally, Commissioner Sheta asked about Small Business Service Administration. We submitted as Appendix F a pamphlet published by the Department of Small Business Services, which explains their jurisdiction in detail. Under the city charter, section 1301, paren 2, paren C, the SBS commissioner has the exclusive power of enforcement with respect to structures on city-owned waterfront property. So we're correct about the jurisdiction. And that's all.
That tend to a mayoral override.
On the mayoral override, I thought that was a wonderful idea. I thank you. But we agree with the executive director that this kind of application just doesn't rise to the level of a mayoral override. I wish that it did, but it does not.
It does not. Okay. I just have one question. So since it's going to stay with us, can I just make a request in your plan? Can you indicate the material that is used to shield the storage shed from street view and from water view?
Well, there are 2 freestanding storage sheds that are enclosed structures. And then there is the storage area, which contains the dumpsters.
Sorry, I meant the dumpsters area.
Yes, the material.
Cannot locate that in the plan. If you can direct me, that would be helpful.
Sure. I'm looking at the site plan A001.00. Diane, do you want us to put that up?
Yeah, I can share my screen if you would like.
Sure, that would be helpful.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
So the 12-foot CMU wall isn't currently shown on the plan, but if you're able to see my cursor, it's located in this area. For context, this is Flatbush Avenue, and then this is the waterfront. So the 12-foot CMU wall is here and wraps around a bit in this direction. This is the main building, by the way. And then the rest of this area is enclosed by a lower fence. And this area doesn't have fencing, but the building wall is on this side. So it's not currently shown on the plan, but that's the location of the garbage area. And then the dumpsters are located around here. So it's to the left of the existing building.
So can you revise the plan and indicate the CMU wall and indicate the height of the CMU wall and the fences?
Absolutely. Yes,
Yes.
be happy.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Goldman and Ms. Liu? All right.
No, I think
let's
just
Sure,
to be
sure.
clear, sorry, for the fence, to be clear about the material and the opacity and the height, so that we can say with assurance that it's not visible from any of the sides.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thanks for the clarification. Yes. To indicate the material of the fences also
Okay.
and the height.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. Let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 34403 BZ, 2777 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. Once you enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes and wish to discuss the case.
How long will it take for you to revise the plan?
How long to revise the plan? We should be able to do it this week.
Okay. All right, we can, we'll try to schedule. I would recommend that we close and we will try to schedule it at the earliest possible. I don't know if the first review April is possible. I will leave it to our council. If not, definitely and before the end of April. April or early May. I'm just playing it safe. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheva,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, case is closed for decision.
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Goldman. It's been a
Good
while.
to see you too, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, item number 12, 33904 BZ, 15730 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens. This is Mr. Kanzada again and Mr. Diwaka Gupta.
Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez isn't here right now, but I'm Diwaka Gupta.
Okay, Mr. Gupta. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on city board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, you heard what the board's comments were. Please
Yes.
state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Diwakar Gupta. I listened to the board comments this morning. We'll verify that the lot area hasn't changed in our statement of facts and findings. The dimensions of the lot haven't changed since the original ESA approval. So the lot area hasn't changed. For the car wash, we can add a trench drain to make sure that the water from the car wash plus the water from any rainfall, none of it is entering the sidewalk. So that'll be in addition to the existing drain that's located near the car wash stations.
I also want to, in this one, also similarly, I don't know why the car wash machine needs, box needs to be that high. The similar comment I had raised for Borden. Why can't it be something of a smaller structure that is less visible and less of a nuisance to the residential uses?
Okay, yeah, we can replace it with a shorter structure. And we'll put that on the plans.
And provide the specs?
Yes.
And I also want to know what is the hours of operation for this, for the machine?
So we're proposing that the hours of operation will be 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And we'll put up a sign indicating that, and we'll make sure that it's turned off after those hours.
Okay. Given that this site is so close to residential use, 9 p.m. is too late. And definitely for weekends, so it needs to be cut down.
Okay, we could do 7 p.m. instead.
I would say I'm trying to be consistent with some other projects where we have had similar type of use. And I think in this case, also I would recommend that there be no car wash on Sunday, or reduce the hour to 5 p.m., something like that.
Okay, yeah, I think for this site, the auto repair shop is also closed on Sundays. So this can also be, the car wash can also be closed on Sundays. And we'll extend the fence, the existing fence, all the way to the sidewalk. Because right now, there's a portion near the edge. The fence doesn't extend all the way. So we'll just add that same type of fence all the way to the sidewalk. And then for the hours of operation, yeah, we'll do, we can do 7 p.m. and then it'll be closed on Sundays for the car wash and the vacuum. And we'll keep the existing, we want to keep the existing hours for the auto repair shop, which is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturdays.
So hold on, you're going very fast. So what is the hours of operation for the auto repair?
It's 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturdays.
Okay, so who manages the car wash?
The manager, the manager of the auto repair shop also manages the car wash.
Okay, so then the car wash hours should be matching the auto repair, because if there is any concern with any maintenance or anything, it is being done with the with the auto repair facility being there. So now that I know the car wash hours, the auto repair hours, the car wash hours should be the same.
Okay. So the car wash as well as the vacuums and the air pump.
Yeah, car wash and vacuum needs to maintain the same hours at the auto repair.
Okay, fine. And then the C-store and the gas station, we want 24-hour operation, and we can explain, and we're to make sure that doesn't bother the neighbors. We're proposing to add the planting along the lot lines, so that way any lights and sounds don't reach the neighbors, even if it's operating 24 hours.
Okay. Okay, and what is the number of parking spaces? Since you have been silent on U-Haul, I'm assuming you have gotten a clear direction from the board that this board is not going to entertain a U-Haul operation.
Yeah.
So you need to terminate the U-Haul operation now.
Okay, yeah, we talked to the owner and he's willing to discontinue the U-Haul operation, yeah.
Okay. How long does it take to discontinue the operation?
I'm not sure that. I'm gonna have to check with the owner. We were saying that, well, yeah, I'll double check with the owner how soon he can discontinue it.
Okay, because I'll tell you one thing, I am not going to vote on this application until the U-Haul operation is discontinued.
Okay.
And if after granting, if we're gonna grant something on this, after granting any extension on this, if the U-Haul operation is resumed, explain it to the owner that he might be risking the entire, like the entire business.
Okay.
We can revoke the entire grant.
Okay, Ms.
No
Matias.
games.
Ms.
Just-
Matias?
I just want to mention, did you see the email from Carlo from Chakapelian?
I'm going to read that, yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Costanza, Executive Director Costanza has his hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Costanza.
Yes, no. As far as the seizing of the operation of the rentals, in the past, I don't know if Commissioner Otley Brown recalls, we used to get something like a cease and desist, cease and desist letter. I don't know if that's needed here, but I will search for something. Maybe we still have something that I could provide the applicant.
The
I think
applicant is also, I just wanted to add to what the executive director said. The applicants also provide us screenshots of the website showing availability to rent, that they're no longer listed on the list. So a before and after showing that they're no longer listed as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So then you do not need all the proposed number of car spaces. I think you were requesting an increase of number of spaces from 7 to 9. You don't need that. You can still retain the existing 7 spaces, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so you need to revise the plan.
Okay, we can revise the plan. We were so we were proposing that the parking spaces in the back would be basically valet only. So we didn't want to have like customers parking there, but we can revise the plan. Yeah.
Right, but that was valet only for U-Haul, and since there's not going to be any U-Haul operation, you don't need those spots. I think your proposal was to provide 3 for stores, for the convenience store, 3 for auto repair, and 3 for U-Haul. So altogether, you need 6 spaces, but you're adding additional 1 space, which could be a ADA accessible space. But so you will have altogether 7, 3 for stores, 3 for auto repair, and 1 for handicap access.
Yeah.
Reduce number of 7. I'm just writing my own notes so that I don't forget.
Okay.
And you said you were going to improve the fence. What was it you were saying about the fence? I'm sorry, I'm asking you to repeat it.
Right. So we'll extend the fence because right now it doesn't go all the way to the sidewalk. The one on the western lot line. So we'll extend it all the way to the sidewalk. Okay. And the same type as the existing fence.
Okay. So also like the Borden Avenue case, on this one also in the plan, indicate where the drainage and the drainage and the trench drain will be provided. And I don't know how the ground slopes, but I really hope that it will catch every possible bit of water that's going to and won't extend into the sidewalk.
Right, the site slopes towards the streets. So we were thinking of putting the trench drain right along basically right next to where the car wash stations are. So that way, pretty much all the water from there would be going into that trench drain. And then there would also be that existing circular drain that would catch anything that isn't captured by the trench drain.
Now, will that drainage, as I'm looking at the location of the car wash and where the drain is, will that be enough? Because that's a long way off. For the drain is closer to the lot line, and by the time the pooling happens, I don't know how the site is graded. Is it graded towards the drain?
It's graded, I think, towards the street. Yeah, the drain. Yeah.
No, that's different. Is it great if it's graded towards the street? Then it's not going to go to the drain. It will just go along the side lot line, and you're very close to a residential lot line, and they should. And it's a masonry wall, right?
Yeah, masonry base.
Okay. I am looking towards our two commissioners, Commissioner Shetta and Commissioner Yoon. Are you okay with where the drain is proposed existing compared to where the car wash station is proposed?
I believe during the executive session, I indicated that they might need to put like a line drain. I wouldn't say a trench drain, but if you can dig like two narrow ditches perpendicular to the masonry wall to intercept the car wash fluids, and then take them to the existing circular drain, that would be okay for me, provided that you're gonna take care of the rest of the drainage that's coming from the entire site, not sending any to the sidewalk. I'm not sure if the drainage facilities on site satisfy that, but if they do not satisfy that, you will need to think about it.
I think that similar to the other case, we need to see all of the proposed and the existing drains. There will be underground existing lines that tie them together. The site should technically be sloped away from the property lines. So saying that the site is sloped towards the street seems problematic, but none of us is here to verify the actual slope once you hit the property line. Technically, everything should shed towards your own drainage system with underground piping on the site. As far as the location adjacent to near the car washes, I think there should be one added near where the car washes will occur if this one doesn't seem close enough. But they should all be indicated on the plan in a way that we can comprehensively see.
I'm not sure if Commissioner Yoon saw the one indicated on the plan. It's a circular plane right next to the car wash. I believe this is the only drainage element that's indicated.
On the site. There isn't any other drain on this site.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. This is the only drainage element I have seen indicated on the plan submitted to us. Maybe there are like more, but they didn't put them. If there are nothing else, I believe we're gonna need to build something similar to the Bourdain case, like a line drain to intercept all the runoff that's coming from the side. And this one would take care of the car wash as well.
Okay. There is also a trench drain along Clintonville Street. I think it's shown on the proposed site plan. And we can put a line drain or a trench drain perpendicular to the masonry wall. We can put it basically right next to parking spot 11. So that way it's much closer to the car wash.
Oh, where is parking lot 11? You won't have parking lot 11 anyway. It's only 7.
Right, the numbering will change, but right now it's numbered as spaces 10 and 11. Those are the spaces for the car wash.
I don't think there is any space for 11 and 10 because you have total of 9 spaces. So I don't know where is the 11th parking space is being referred to.
It's the 2 parking spaces that are closest to the car wash station.
Okay, that is 3 and 4. Okay.
Oh, okay, maybe we're looking at a different page. But yeah, we can put it basically along the length of that parking space, so it would be like 18 feet long or whatever, and it would be.
But I'm looking at Google image. and I can't see any line drain or trench drain along Clinton Way. Are you sure about that?
I'll double check. It might have been partially paved over. I'll double check. If it has been, then we'll fix it.
I can. This is it. This is.
Yeah, it seems it has been paved over.
This is Clinton Way.
Yeah.
And you can see I can even go inside and then you see nothing.
Yeah, I think it's been paved over. You can see there was something there. And
I see that. I that's what I thought, but I don't think they usually pave over drains. If it's there, they would have like maintained it. But anyway, if you gonna like install on the other side, make sure that you have one here, or if you do not, install one as well in along that frontage.
Okay.
And Commissioner Shetta, keep that photo, and I see there are excess banners, and there's a triangular board sitting right on the city sidewalk. There are two of them. Those cannot be there. Those need to be removed.
Okay. Yeah, we'll also take off the triangular boards and the banners.
Right. Yes, because the A is not permitted. B, already you're very close to the number of in your signage requirement.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, is that planter thing on the city sidewalk? No, that's the driveway.
No.
No, never mind. Never mind.
No.
That white plant, that thing, yeah, it's never mind. Yeah, okay.
And just to be on the same page, when you, I hear you talking about extending the fence.
Yes.
When you're
right
gonna
there.
extend the fence, you're gonna maintain the same height, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it cannot exceed 10 feet. I don't think it can. I don't even think you're allowed 10 foot. 8 foot is the limit, if I seem to remember, of the fence. Where I had read it, I do not recall, but I think fence heights cannot be 10 feet.
You're correct.
Madam Chair?
They can't be higher than 8 feet from adjacent grade.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just based on that photo, I mean, just question about extending the fence all the way to the lot line. Will that obstruct the line of sight?
Yeah, just
Line of sight
for the cars.
Pedestrians walking and cars.
Can I
exiting?
see the street view again? Sorry, Commissioner Shetta, can you please
Sure.
share that Google Street View?
Let me go to the
I
street.
think best is to see it from the street.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You got a fence.
So you're concerned about if a car is coming from here and
I
going
think you
that
have
way?
to. I don't think so. I mean,
I
if
don't think-
anything,
I mean, the
ahead.
garbage cans are there, so it's like,
well, that's not this particular properties. That's another property.
no, I know, but then you have the fence up.
I think
Would it block?
in that case, my suggestion would be move one of the, as I'm looking at this, the one closest to the front lot line is too close.
Commissioner
That's
Shedd
what
has
I-
his
I
hand
don't
up.
even
That's
think
what I
I don't
mentioned.
even think you have 18 feet from that to the lot line. It needs to be based on what's shown in the drawings and
Yeah.
what's here. It's not jiving.
Yes, that's what I said during the executive session. The location on the image is not consistent with the location on the drawings. Let me stop sharing and I reshare. Hold on one second. So if you look at the location here, just take this away.
No, go to page 8, drawing
Yeah,
number 8.
I'll go to the site plan. Yep, this one.
Next one.
You
next
see
one.
this one it's inside the, this is the adjacent building, it's inside the building. If you take a line perpendicular to the building, it's inward. But when you look at the Google, and let me go inside a little bit. You see the first unit here,
Right.
it's outside. Did I explain it well?
Yes, yes, and stay with that image. Mr. Gupta, are you proposing to relocate these car wash machines from this location to accommodate the vacuum and the air pump?
Yes.
Okay, so these are going to be moved further up, away
Yeah.
from the.
That way, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And this is not the kind of machinery you would have. You would have something that does not have all these hands and things sticking around.
Wait, sorry, what do you mean?
These machines with these
Right, the machines
extensions.
would- right, we'll get a different type of machine that isn't going to be so tall.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, my only concern is as I'm looking at the structure, you have a masonry wall along this portion of the lot line where the car wash machines are. But if you go further to the left, it becomes, the masonry wall disappears. It's just the PVC fence. Will that be durable?
There is a little ground beam, I believe, over there. The black, you see the black thing?
Okay.
I believe this is
I just wanted to make sure there isn't any gap in between that will result in water going into the other property line.
I don't think this is wood or vinyl. I believe this is a concrete beam or at least masonry wall. Mr. Gupta, can you get a closer look with a picture or two for that?
That masonry wall needs to be fixed.
And the other thing is the height of this fence, I think seems to be about 6 feet or something like that. It needs to be 8 foot, especially where the car wash and the vacuum is.
I believe it's more than 6 feet.
Okay, so I'll submit a photo.
Yeah, it's not clear from the drawings as to what the height of the fence is. It needs to be 8 feet, whatever the maximum permitted.
Okay, we'll make it 8 feet. And we'll specify that on the plans.
It would.
Do you need my screen?
No, I don't. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Gupta?
No, just to be very clear about the existing and the proposed when it comes to all of the locations of all of the appurtenances and all of the drains so that we know what's there and what's being proposed. And we can tie it in together. That'll help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also want to take this opportunity to kind of read into an email correspondence that was sent to our executive director from Mr. Appelian, who is the chair of Community Board 7. And he says, I was in the zoning meeting this morning, but it was difficult for me to remain on for an extended period of time. Fortunately, the BSA completely understands the issues at this site extremely well, so my comments would be supportive without much new testimony. However, it is important to understand this applicant is not new to gas station operations. He has numerous other locations, yet he knowingly chooses to be an arrogant and bad neighbor. The applicant boldly manages 6 illegal operations at the site without regard to the law and has made no attempt to address them with our board. These items were addressed at our committee meeting and the applicant promised to have answers at our public hearing. The same item remains unanswered at our items remained unanswered at our public hearing, and they remained unanswered to this date. We continually ask for additional meetings to discuss situations, but none even occurred. Committee Board 7 Queens and BSA were very diligent about the parking of commercial vehicles and commercial operation at the service station directly across from the site, which is 20-15 Clintonville Street, 167-55-BZ2. But this instant application flaunts this operation way beyond those across the street. Finally, I think everyone understands that a U-Haul operation does not belong at this location. And please pass this along to your board and call me if you directly need anything. I wanted to read it into the record in case Mr. Appelian is not able to attend the hearing. And for Mr. Gupta to know the community board's sentiment. And as you have heard loud and clear from the board, no U-Haul operation, you need to immediately start working towards closing the, go through the cease and desist form and stop that operation, terminate that operation, and then revise the plans according to all the statements that's been made, and then we will see how it goes. But you need to stop the U-Haul operation on this site immediately.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Gupta? If not, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 33904BZ 15730 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. Once you are permitted it, I'm sorry, at the next prompt, you will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to attend, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of your screen, computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I think a couple of weeks we should be able to revise the plans and the facts and findings.
And you said you do not know how long it takes to discontinue the U-Haul operation, but in your letter you can provide that you have started the discussion and how long it will take to discontinue the operation.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to keep the hearing open because we need to see the revised set of plans and commitment letter. And also in your letter, provide an operational plan, clarify an operational plan as to who maintains which part of the operation. It's the auto repair that maintains the car wash and the vacuum and the air pump, and who maintains the overall site. Sure. All of those need to be very clearly indicated, and also that all the signage, the extraneous signs need to be removed right now. Those are easy to be done, and you need to provide photos.
Right.
Okay. All right. I think we will schedule this for hearing in May. Meanwhile, that gives you enough time to correct all the wrongs and especially with regards to the U-Haul discontinuance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Kanzada. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item number 13, 243 14BZ 1660 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Hi. Just me.
Just you, please?
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I lost my screen there. Why did I lose my screen? What happened? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
I do, thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. We heard your comments this morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to confirm there are 15 spaces. Thank you for looking through the statement of facts, and that will be corrected. Also, thank you for your landscaping comments. I am not sure why they put landscaping it on it, the side lot line before, because if you notice, I just wanted to point out that for maneuverability purposes, if we had put the landscaping there, it wouldn't be enough room to turn. So I just wanted to kind of add that to the record. In addition to the fact that there is commercial next door. So we'll pay the filing fee for the amendment after this hearing, and no problem.
I have a question, actually. I'm wondering if the screening was required as part of section 3650, which relates to providing screening and all the other requirements for parking facilities that are located abutting residential districts. So I just want to be very careful that we are not taking away something that underlying zoning requires and not something that was a condition.
We can look into that, but there is fencing there, and I can look, but I thought in a lot of languages it says fencing or landscaping, but I can.
Right, I'm looking at that section screening. In the district, this is 36-56. In the district, as indicated, all open off-street parking areas with 10 or more spaces, which this site qualifies as, which are located in zoning lot adjacent to boundary of a residential district, either a natural grade or on a roof, shall be screened from all adjoining zoning lots in residential, including zoning lots situated across the street, by either a strip at least 4 foot wide, densely planted with shrubs or trees at least 4 feet high at any time of planting, and which are of type which may be expected to form a year-round dense screening, or a wall or barrier or uniformly painted fence or fire resistance. So you have to have either if this rule applies. So I want to be on the safe side. And first you look into that and see if that is required. If it is required or not, and if we are not sure about it, I want a note to be added that BSA is not waiving any of the requirements applicable to section 3650.
Okay, no problem. And based on what you just read, there is a fence, so hopefully that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and the fence needs to shall be 50% opaque.
Yeah, I believe it is. But I can.
So look through that section and please confirm whether that is applicable or not.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, go ahead.
Did I miss any comments?
I kind of stopped you in the middle of your discussion.
Okay, I just thought the comments were the parking spaces and you discussed the landscaping.
Okay.
And the only other thing I wanted to say that wasn't based off of a comment per se, but what happened is in the middle of this application, we took a minute to get back to you because the franchisee changed ownership. So if it's possible, we ask that we get the 5-year extension from this grant. And the reason for our holdup was the change of ownership of the franchisee. So
that should be okay. Is that okay, Executive Director Costanza or Deputy Counsel?
Yeah, I believe this is wholly within the board's discretion.
Okay, are commissioners okay with that? Okay. All right. Let's go to any other questions or comments for Ms. Fullader?
So they're revising the statement of facts to clarify the square footage and all of that?
Right. Oh, the other one is, do you need to amend the application? Do you need to amend the application for removing this condition of landscaping?
yeah, we're filing for an amendment. So we're going to send the fee and we have to update the statement anyway to clarify the parking spaces. So we'll update the application to add the word amendment and we'll pay the fee.
And a new form, new SOC form, please.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's go to the public. Yeah.
Case we're currently discussing is 243-14BZ, 1660 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. You will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand located at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, how long will it take for you to file for the amendment, pay the fee, submit the new SOC form, and review whether section 3656 is applicable or not, and then make note to the plan?
So I'm assuming we don't need a DOB objection because we're just changing landscaping, right?
No.
That is correct.
Okay, that changes things. So because of that, it takes usually like a week for us to get the check in the mail. So I would give us 2 to 3 weeks just to make sure that we have everything so we can refile appropriately.
Okay. I'll make it 3 weeks. I want to make a recommendation that we close, but we will not vote until the application has been filed and fees paid.
Okay.
Okay.
So you want to make a there's no one called in, sorry.
Yeah. So I want to make a recommendation to close. So I think this will take us to probably early May or end April hearing.
So Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Over there.
Thank you.
Okay, you're going to stay on for the next one, right?
Mhm.
Item number 14, 2018-51BZ, 1101 Plainview Avenue, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony? Nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board is respond honestly to board member question.
I do. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. I do not believe you had any comments or questions on this application, so I will leave it to you.
I think Commissioner Sheta had a question, clarification regarding permits.
He was correct. I thought he was clarifying that, yeah, we haven't.
Yes,
We
I was
got a
clarifying.
reinstatement
That's
to do
correct.
the application. We have not gotten any permits. You're
Yes.
correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, any other questions or comments from Ms. Fullader? Commissioners? All right, let's go to the public then.
The case we are currently discussing is 2018-51BZ, 1101 Plainview Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Please, once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to attend, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. I guess we are waiting for the clock. I'm going to make a motion to close, and we will schedule this decision for the next hearing.
Thank you.
There's no submission. So there's no submission on this, right?
No,
Yeah.
there's no submission, and it's an
Yeah.
extension of time.
كانوا هربانين يعني كانوا هربانين يعني ما كانوش في رابعه وكان الموضوع قبل الفض بيومين يعني لا يجوز اتهام
Someone needs to turn their.
I think Commissioner Shetta.
عمليات القتل التي
There you go. I saw his screen glow.
Oh, okay. All right. Did the clock
5,
chime?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
Right.
blast off.
Make a motion to close.
Commissioner Shanda?
Aye,
Chair Shanda, sorry, I apologize.
that's okay.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta? Didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Okay. Application is closed. Item number 15, 2019 40BZ 175, 179 East 73rd Street, Manhattan.
I think Commissioner Yoon has to
Is
recuse
recused.
herself.
Yeah,
I'll just say it for the record, I'm recusing myself from this.
yeah, please step
Yeah.
up.
Thank you.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. I guess you have to.
I have to raise, do you
Yeah.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
I do. Thank you very much. Elise Fullader again from Eric Polanic PC. I don't believe you had any questions. Let me look again. Where did my notes go? No. I guess the only thing I'd like to ask is, this expires in December of this year, and is it possible to get the 4-year extension since they haven't built anything yet?
Yes.
From December.
From December of 2023.
Yeah, because it expires in December of 2023.
Okay. I would be okay with it. Commissioners, you're okay with that? Okay. All
They're
right.
nodding in agreement.
We're in agreement. Let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2019 40BZ 175, 179 East 73rd Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 at the next prompt and pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. At the next, once you're permitted in, you'll *9 to let in, *6 to unmute to allow you to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, you press the small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss the matter. Start.
All right. I'm going to make a recommendation to close once the clock runs out. And we will schedule it for decision April 10th. Okay, make a recommendation to close.
Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
And this will be scheduled for decision on April 10th.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item number 6, new cases appeals calendar, I apologize. Item number 16, 2022 3BZY 4923 2nd Avenue, Brooklyn. You don't have to be sworn in on the appeals cases, Mr. Foladares.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to first state that unfortunately, the owner will not be available again until 3:30, so I'm going to try to answer all the questions to yourself because I've spoken to him a few times. And if not, we can always come back after your last 2 cases if there's something you think I can't answer. I'm saying.
Okay.
I
okay
think I
with
can
you?
do it without him, but just letting you know.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So thank you so much. So okay, so first we will correct the vesting date. Not a problem. Thank you for pointing that out. We resent the affidavit, which you pointed out. Thank you so much. We can get much deeper into the history of the timeline. And specifically about the foundation, I think was most of the discussion. The foundation is almost done. The pipes have to be checked. And once the pipes are inspected, then the final concrete can be put down. And that's the end. And then the foundation will be complete.
So
it's like 5% left to do. The pipes need to be inspected before the final concrete is laid.
You mean not the pipes, the piles?
Oh, he said the pipes on the phone, so it could be the piles. Sorry. Or maybe I misunderstood his accent.
It could be the underground sanitary and storm also. So it could be pipes, could be piles.
No.
Okay.
They are
You have to
talking.
get
They
the
are talking
plumbing.
about. I'm sorry. They are talking about the caisson piles, which are steel pipe piles that's drilled into ground. And I saw in one of the pictures that they still have the grouting machine there. So until the date of the pictures taken, apparently the piles were not completed. So the foundation was not 100% complete on the date the pictures were taken.
So it could be piles. I could have heard his accent incorrectly, and I can double, triple check that.
please provide
I
that
just
in
wanted,
Yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to say that the statutory date is December 20th, 2021. So just whatever information you give us to clarify should be as of that date.
Exactly, yeah, because I know he has been working since then, and then that speaks to, I think, maybe this is backtrack, but violations. He's been working on a lot of items since you last saw pictures. He's paid off 2 violations, and then a few others he's working to see if he can appeal them, and if that doesn't work, he'll pay them off.
So these are the things you need to provide in very clear timeline as to what has happened. Again, as Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, till that vesting date of 2021. So you need to show what has been done till that period, and that is the most important part of the storytelling.
Yeah,
and you need to provide that clarity.
And I think, but I can say all of this on the hearing, but like your board has already pointed out, we should have an Excel spreadsheet. We can provide with dates of checks and then copies of checks, and hopefully that can clarify what's been done when.
Okay.
And then I also heard a question about just making sure the construction fence looks good. We can take photographs of that when we next submit. And then you had a question about the timeline going forward. He says that once the foundation is complete, since he is working on everything now, he expects to be done with the project in 24 months. But we can provide that in writing.
Yes, please do provide a little bit more clarity as to what are the outstanding elements, especially with regards to any of the violations that prevents any work to move forward, when those are going to be cleared. And because based on that, I'm assuming some of the work may be affected, may not be all, but you need to just provide a little bit more clarity on those.
Understood. And then Commissioner Shetta, if we provide that, it was a little confusing about what we should do with the drawing. Is it, if we have completed everything but laying the final concrete on the foundation, what do you want to, do we need to do the drawing part? Do we-
foundation plan, color
Yeah.
coded, showing what's has been done until the vesting day and what's remaining. That's all. Very simple. Two colors. This is done. This is not yet on the foundation plan.
Okay. We will attempt to do that.
And if
We've
you
done it
have
before.
photos to support that, that would be excellent. If you have photos or any kind of like contractors written statement that validates that, that also would be very helpful.
Okay.
We actually do have photos, but they don't have the date they were taken on them.
Right,
it's
these were the photos
possible-
we have is from 2019. I think the vesting, so that is,
Yeah, if it's possible, you can put the date that the photo was taken. That would be very helpful.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
okay. All right, any other questions for Ms. Fullader? My question was, why did the community have a 17?
Oh, yeah. This is I hate speaking on behalf of other people, but this is what I thought based on, because I was at the community board meeting, but based on my understanding was a few things. One is some people are not looking for more development in the area that, bothers them when you come with a pretty big building. And then the second part is because this has a special permit at city planning, a lot of people, it's come up a lot when you go to hearings. We already voted on this. We voted for people to get, a hotel at city planning, even though technically this is a vesting case under an old law. They still feel that, there is a new law in place, and that's what people should use.
Okay. Okay.
That's my interpretation.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2022 3BZY. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. When you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're in the Zoom room already, you will raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. Ms. Fullader, how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I think we're gonna need not a ton of time, but a little bit of time to put it all together. So I would ask for 2 or 3 weeks so we can get all the checks in order. Needs a little organization.
Okay.
Did you?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did you submit a FEMA map on this? Because I was like switching positions on that, but at the end I said I didn't see a FEMA map. Have you submitted?
I can check now, but
I don't think it is.
I believe there's one in the original application folder. Application. You have to go twice into the.
Yeah, I'm in it. Yep, you're right. Yeah, I see it.
January
I see
13th.
it. January 13, 2022. Yep, I see it. Thank you.
Also, Ms. Fullader, can you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sure. Sorry if you mentioned this, but can you also provide a proposed timeline for whether it's a pile or pipe inspection, and then the completion of the foundations, and then your milestones going forward?
yes. And right now I just stated that he thinks 24 months, but we'll put a little more detail in there.
Thank you.
And also factor in all the violations that needs to be, just give us a little bit more clarification on where that stands.
Okay.
Because that also goes towards your statement of that you're working towards making the site functional and you're addressing all the violations.
Yes.
What did I had a question. Okay, no, I think this is just a general comment to our BSA team project managers. Please simplify the filing naming protocol. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not going to close on this because I feel there are still some questions that are still outstanding that need clarification. And we need to review that document that you're going to provide. So we are going to schedule it for hearing. You said 3 weeks, so we'll schedule it for end of April if the schedule permits. If it's earlier, we'll try to do that. We reckon
Yeah, and May is fine because we need a little time, so it's fine.
Oh, May is fine. Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
because
do-
it's already the end of April, and I mean, it's already the end of March, and then there's Passover, so it's an extra week would be.
Early May or end May?
I don't want to hold this up, so I guess early May, end of whatever you can put us on, but anytime in May would be.
Okay, May.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, item 17, 2022-42A, 30-page Avenue, Staten Island. This is Mr. Dale. Mr. Dale's hand is up. Please join us as panelist.
Ooh.
Is there an issue with Mr. Dale coming in? You want to unmute video, Mr. Dale?
Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon.
To get in.
Okay, you heard the board's comments. Do you want to respond, sir?
I do. So good afternoon, everyone. I did hear the board's comments. I will just address them briefly now, and then we can respond in writing. First, we'll submit the firm panel. I can confirm it's not in a flood zone, but we'll submit that firm panel in our next submission. With respect to the statement, we will add in the general city law 35 text for both this application and all applications going forward. Chair, you asked a question about or mentioned briefly about the map streets where this is proposed buildings to be located. Just to confirm, it's only the footprint of the building only intersects Botany and Sowell. Julie is far to the left. It's a portion of the site that's not going to be developed, so that's not going to be disturbed. If you look at the site plan, the most recent site plan that was submitted, the portion of the streets are shaded within the building, but there is a faint outline of Julie to the west. You can see where it will be located just for reference. But I would also just note that as a matter of practice, the Department of Buildings only issues a single general city law 35 objections, even if you were in multiple streets. So like if you're at the intersection, they generally just issue the single objection.
Okay.
I believe that during review session, the issues with the notices were resolved with respect to filing and hearing. If for any reason they can't be found, we can send them again. The first was sent July 2022, and the next was sent in March of this year.
Yes.
Yes. I did hear discussion. I would just say, I don't believe we received any responses from city planning or DEP, but they may be in the record.
DEP signed off. City
Okay.
planning. City
Yeah.
planning notified us that you need, of course, you're in special South Richmond district, so you need topo stuff, you know.
Understood.
We will forward the emails correspondence that we have received so far from city planning and
Great.
share that with you. And you should go ahead and start discussing with city planning if timing's of the essence for your client.
That is a plan, and I've passed it on. They've already got a team prepared to work on all that. So thank you. And then if there are any forthcoming comments from the Department of Transportation or Fire Department, we can respond accordingly. We wouldn't anticipate that there would be any issues with DOT since these streets don't connect to anything, and I did not see them on the capital plan of any online resource. And with respect to the fire department, again, we'll respond accordingly, but this is fronting on a developed map street, Page Avenue. So, we wouldn't anticipate any access concerns or issues. I believe that those, sorry, go ahead.
My question was, a builder's pavement plan has been submitted, but it's not at all clear from the pavement plan as to what is being proposed, what are the proposed improvements along Page. So if you can, in your statement, enlighten us with what those improvements are. And if I don't know at all possible to indicate that in the map, in the graphics. It wasn't clear as to what's existing and what is being proposed.
Sure, understood. I will just briefly tell you what it is, and then we'll just add a section in the statement. But the area on Page Avenue where this site fronts on Page Avenue is currently not developed with a sidewalk. It's sort of askew a little bit. If you look at like Google satellite photos, you can see it's not fully developed. So this proposal is actually seeking to provide sidewalk, street trees as shown on the builder's pavement plan, and the actual result will end up widening the paved portion of Page Avenue in front of the site. So it actually should improve access, and long term, that's outside the site and it's city property, but it's conceivable that because of the widening, once it's improved, that DOT may be able to construct another lane there even. We'll mention that, but.
Right, and so what will be the width of the sidewalk? The proposed width of the sidewalk needs to be minimum 5 feet.
Definitely minimum 5 feet. Let me see if it's listed on the VPP.
Yeah, I don't see it in the site plan either.
I'll ask, and we'll include that. So VPP, and I'll just note include width of sidewalk. But
so I think this is something that DOT would want to review, the builder's pavement plan. In this case, suggesting it may even widen the Page Avenue to allow for a new lane.
Right. I mean, but that again, generally, just so you're right. I mean, we provide the BPPs, but as a matter of practice, recently, actually for multiple years, we couldn't get an approved BPP until the GCL was resolved. So, yeah. We have that, but we'll clarify that in the statement there. But the brief answer is that currently there's no sidewalk. There will be a sidewalk that'll be compliant with DOT standards and actually will result in a effective widening of the improved portion of Page Avenue.
And you're also proposing these street plantings?
Yes, I think the trees are proposed as shown on the BPP.
Yeah, neither the BPP nor the site plan indicate the width of sidewalk. So
I'll get clarification.
Yeah.
And just confirm that and see if I can get that added in there.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Other than that, I think that those were the extent of the comments. I don't know if there was anything that was missed, but we'll do a statement, the firm panel, and we'll get clarification as to the width of the sidewalk and await any comments from DOT or FDNY if they will be forthcoming.
Okay. And you'll also discuss the improvements proposed to the Page Avenue in your statement.
Sure, we'll reference that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Dale?
Just a quick question. Since Mr. Dale, you withdrew the other application that was adjacent on 56. So in no way is that going to affect this development or anything? No.
Separate owners, and we are not connected with those property owners any longer.
Okay.
We don't know what the status of that lot is at this time.
Because we were going to follow those two cases together. But okay, good.
Understood. Separate owner, and we wish the best of whatever they do.
Just for my knowledge, where is the other side in relation? Since it was withdrawn, I didn't get to review it thoroughly.
South of the site.
To the south of the site, okay.
Yes, if you look at
Along-
the tax map,
Yeah.
sorry, I'll bring it up and I'll reference it for you. The application that was withdrawn, with which we are no longer, is lot 17 on the tax map. It's the unusual letter P shaped lot is the best way I can describe it.
But that's the subject lot. The unusual P-shaped is the subject lot.
Well, I guess they're both the letter P. I think of ours as more of like a skinny Oklahoma, but sure. It's the one south.
Yes, I get it. It's the one which has the Swell Street and Sowell Avenue.
Yes, Sewell and Sowell, which was not confusing at all when we're filing.
Okay, whoever named it.
Yes.
All right, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Dell. Okay, let's go to the public. Is that what you want to do, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
yeah, please.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2022-42A 30-Page Avenue, Staten Island. Where if you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to attend, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, how long will it take for you to make these corrections, Mr. Dale?
For the items we have, not very long, 2 weeks. The panel we have already, the statement will be quick and we'll get the information as requested. The one thing I would note that was mentioned, which I didn't discuss earlier, is we can add a note to the plan noting that board approval does not waive any New York State DEC approvals with respect to the wetlands. I think that was also mentioned. So we can add that note to the plan.
Yep.
So I would say 2 weeks seems feasible, but we could be flexible if the board wanted to go to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm expecting DOT. I did speak to them, but
DOT and fire department.
yeah.
So I'm going to keep it open because I do need I need at least one of them to chime in.
Understood.
Oh, this fire department now.
Oh, okay.
John. Thank you, John.
Chief Daly.
Sorry, Madam
Chief
Chair.
Daly. Good afternoon, sir.
I'll be back in the office on Wednesday to review this with Captain Malloy, and I don't see any problem with it. Once I get his okay, if he has any question, I will reach out to Mr. Dale, and his office always responds quickly. So I just needed 1 week for the fire department to review. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Daly. Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you. So we'll try to schedule this April or May.
Understood. I mean, if it is left open, we would prefer April if at all possible, since then there would need to be a closure after that before any decision, but we understand the calendar gets.
Yeah, okay. We'll try to aim for April. If not, I'm just giving ourselves enough room. I don't want to promise something that we will not be able to deliver.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 18, 2022-48A. 40-01 169th Street, Queens.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale again for this application. I did a listen to review session. There were just a few comments that were raised. I can address them now. respond in writing, but maybe also add a little bit of clarification to some of the agency comments. First, as with the last application, we'll add in the General City Law 35 text and point to the findings of that particular section of the statute. In response to Commissioner Shetta's comments, there is no firm panel issued for this site. We tried to indicate it on the index with a little bit of a highlight. It's such a small or such a small scale PDF, it may not have shown up, but there is a red arrow and a green there. And the index puts asterisks by portions of the grid for which no panels were issued. So there is no panel issued. And that's why we submitted the index alone.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that there is no.
Understood. I just wanted to sort of explain our system.
We got it. Thank you.
Yeah. And then other than that, I think that there was a note with respect to DEP comments and DOT comments that we received the end of last week for the first time, just to provide a little bit of clarity here. And, I'm hoping there's no difficulties with this, but this is not a new development. This is an existing home that is already within the bed of Map Station Road, and we're just proposing an enlargement. We had originally worked with the property owners seeking to see if the Department of Buildings would even issue a general city law objection, because this was an existing building, and we were just extending the footprint slightly. Unfortunately, they issued the objection, so that's why we're here filing this application. I would just note with respect to DEP that we have a street status letter, which we'll submit to the record and provide to them, and we'll review some dimension plans dimensions to the plan that they hope to have, and we can see if they're on there or add them. The big item though that came up is received a comment, I think it was might have been Friday, where they wanted this referred to their engineer with respect to modifying the drainage plan because they're showing a sewer, a future sewer in this lot. I would just note right now, we'll do what we can do, but modifying a drainage plan is an expensive and long process. And for a single homeowner where there's an existing building that very likely is already over with the footprint of this theoretical sewer, we're hopeful that DEP will withdraw this comment because it seems a bit excessive for this particular type of application, especially since we believe that the building is already above this theoretical sewer. So we'll work with Ms. Ebanks Chu is helping us with this. We'll work with DEP on this, but I just wanted to give the board an understanding of what's going on here and also put it in color of the fact that this is not a typical, or this is not an application where we're building, brand new, that this is an enlargement. It's also, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it also relates to the Department of Transportation, where we received some comments, and most of their comments would be related to issues that would come up with a BPP, because they were asking questions about 169th. There's an existing curb there. There's an existing curb cut. The road is already developed. We would prepare a BPP as required at Department of Buildings, but DOT's comments didn't involve Station Road at all. And really the question before the board is whether Station Road is proposed to be acquired by the city and improved. And as we put in papers, we don't anticipate that's the case because it doesn't really connect anything for a few blocks, and there's 5 or 6 existing homes there. So again, we'll work with the Department of Transportation, but we're hopeful that they'll understand what the nature of this application is and that the focus of DOT's review should be on the capital plan and not the BPP, which can't be approved until this is resolved anyway. It's not, in short, they're asking questions that aren't the questions that are typically reviewed at this process of the enlargement process. So I just say that on the record, just to give the board clarification that we're not trying to fight with DEP and DOT. We just think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding or a misdirection with some of these comments, and they're not really on point with the nature of this application.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I know it is something that it's an extension of an existing building, and the building already sits pretty much 90% of it on the street bed, existing street bed. So and this is not the only building. There are other similar buildings that are also sitting on the street bed. Okay. Chief Daly, do you have any comments on it?
No, Madam Chair, the fire department will be issuing a letter of no objection for this application.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Dale, commissioners? Okay. Let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2022-48A, 40-01, 169th Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499. Our toll-free number, you will enter the webinar ID number 852-3596-0181 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Then you, once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. And once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make these corrections, Mr. Dale?
You would be able to submit the statement, you know, within the week. That's really the only tangible item we have right now. As I said, we need to review some of the dimension requests of DEP, but the bigger issue is just, you know, the understanding of whether it's appropriate or not to request a drainage plan modification in this case. And I don't know how to answer how quickly that can be resolved at this point. We're hoping quickly, and we hope that an understanding can be reached, but you know, maybe with the assistance of the board, but I guess you know, not trying to be evasive there. I just don't know the answer to that.
No, I think this is something we, you know, I would not hesitate if anybody from our team participates in that discussion and helps facilitate that discussion. Even
Jolene is, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair. Jolene's hand is up.
Yep, go ahead, Jolene.
Jolene?
Oh, sorry. I think we just have to confirm it's feasible. I'm not sure if they want it amended, the drainage plan.
Feasible to do what?
That if the drainage plan needed to be amended, it would be feasible to do so. Not saying it does need to be at this time, correct, Jolene?
Right.
So Steve Carrera from the DEP unit, sewer information unit, I believe it is, correct, Jolene, is asking that he provide some information. There is a master plan. And we've asked, I think Jolene has asked DEP where the applicant can have that so that they can look and see where their project is in relationship to that master plan, because they're saying there are some sanitary sewers that are on the plan. So.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll definitely work and as best we can with everything. And I would just say Jalene's been very helpful at coordinating this. So we'll hopefully get this resolved and not have it be an issue, but that remains to be seen.
Okay, I don't have anybody calling in. There is someone's name, Mr. Ray Narvaz. Mr. Neves, if you have missed one of the cases that were discussed, you can submit your statement in writing to submit at bsa.nyc.gov and address the calendar number to which the case which you may have missed earlier. Other than that, there are no one else in the room. So Commissioner, you do you want to close this or keep it open, or?
I'm inclined to close it.
Okay.
Commissioners, are you all okay with it? Closing it? Okay. again, I mean, we run the risk if any change that is something that we do not foresee comes through DOT, DEP, but I will be surprised given that this is an existing building with that's already on the bed of the map street. So I'm going to make a recommendation to close and upon receiving all the revised documents, we will schedule a date for decision and vote.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dale. This concludes the public hearing for March 27th, 2023.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you very
Thank you so
Good
much.
evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo, Jella.
much.